Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And ghosts, it's so good to unsee you as well. I'm Damien Halme, professional disruptor of the status quo, breaker of minds and radicalization, and creator of a dream community where we hold each other accountable with actual information and double-blind, placebo-led, or it's not placebo-led, it's double-blind studies. Hi and welcome. Likos, what an intro. You got 3 bits of fanfare. One you paid for, one you earned for being first, and one just because you're a beautiful being. And you get celebrated by my bot for being a subscriber. I guess you earned that one too. I'll be lurking. Spending most of my day going through watching old Gura stuff. Didn't expect all this to hit as hard as it is. Understandable. You lurk away. You enjoy. Or as much as you can enjoy. Pika Mika, I know. Doesn't this topic have a little bit of tooth to it? Well, thank you. I will happily start my stream by caring for myself, because, oof, today's been a day. Little hydration, stretch, posture check. A roast, Rawa. Hi and welcome. A familiar sting. Yes, yes indeed. Inspired by a couple conversations I've had this week. Not just me. Some of you know my stuff, but yeah. Tonight's topic, for those of you that just don't want to look down at the title, or you go, wow, that's a lot of text. Can you just tell me? Tonight's topic is hiding away a part of yourself, presenting only a subsection of who you are, because you feel like the whole entirety of you is not acceptable to everybody. Whether you've been shown that in no uncertain terms by friends, family, or loved ones over the course of your life, and you've learned to hide that kind of stuff away, or you're paranoid and you think you know how people are going to perceive you without hearing the negative feedback. You just know better. What are the things that you've put away so that everyone else doesn't have to suffer the entirety of you? You take your Venn diagram of you and what is presentable to others, and you say, yes, here's the sliver that I will present out. Hopefully more than a sliver. Hopefully you give people what looks like a whole core of you, and that they feel that way too. And many of us are great at that, right? I'm not saying the majority of us will honestly feel like we're closed off and only present polite factoids about ourselves to the entire world. We've got circles, we have layers. You're probably not in a grocery store line telling people about this weird mole you found that you didn't know existed on your body, and how the doctor's gonna take a look at it to see if it's benign. That might be oversharing, right? But of course those people exist. Most of us are pretty open in different layers, and in our innermost circle, we have somebody who might really trust us, might really depend on us, or we might really rely on them. And that person probably thinks they get your whole self. But many of us don't even present that whole who we are to the innermost circle people that we've got. And I think a part of that is because there's a reliance there. Either them on you, you on them, or both. And that puts things at stake. So all you have to have is one unfortunate thought or way of you being. Hello and welcome, Kara. And if you feel like that thing could drive people away, or it's driven people away in the past, or you've had awkward conversations about this part of you, you might have said, you know what? You don't have to know about that part of me anymore. I'm just going to keep that part away. Maybe it's an oversharing of stuff. You get really passionate about something literally nobody else is. That's probably, honestly, the most benign of them. But I think we all have that. It's something that we're deeply interested in that we just can't find the same subsection of other people to be as passionate about that as you are. And I think that's okay. Sometimes that can be an inner circle thing that people know about you, but you just don't really share after they've found it out. Like, oh yeah, I really like torrid vampire romance novels, and all of your friends are more into like live, laugh, love. You're like, you know what? You all know this about me. I'm not going to talk about it ever again. I'll mention it once, and then I know like it's none of your cups of tea. So unless you ask me, usually to haze somebody, hey, so how those novels do? You know, you probably won't mention that part of you. You put it away. But some of us, there's some stuff that's far more insidious. We have deep values that we feel like we can't talk about. We have a part of us that maybe we think is unfair or unjust, but we can't stop feeling it or thinking it. A part of us that's broken. Maybe a part of us that overly compares others and is overly judgmental. Yeah. That's where we are tonight. You know, good light topics like how the weather's been. And no, I'm just kidding. I will never ask you how your weather has been. You know, the number one reason why I won't ask you about your weather, I can just look it up. I think it's one of the worst forms of polite conversation. It's two people screaming that the air around them is so uncomfortable when they don't have words for each other that they have to say something. Literally anything, and they'll choose the only thing that everybody suffers from, which is weather. Actually, I don't suffer from weather very much. I quite enjoy it. And when I don't, I go hide from it. End of story. That's the end of all my stories for weather. Okay. I guess for me, the sheer level of how much I actually feel on stuff. Lycos, I get that. I get that in both directions. I definitely feel passionate about things that I know most people are either disinterested in or feel uncomfortable talking about. I really like talking about linguistics. I know a lot of people just don't have the same passion as I do for words and foreign languages. I like talking religion, and that makes a lot of people uneasy because there's some bad stuff happening among religious communities and their intersection with non-religious communities. And so it's a bit of a sore spot for people. And also people just don't feel like they're in safe areas where they can communicate about belief and faith and disagree with each other almost anywhere. So that can be very othering. But I also feel like, as far as your degree of feeling things, I'm far more apathetic or drawn away from things than a lot of people are about rather normal stuff like sports and TV and life events and pets. And that kind of stuff really motivates some people and is like the biggest topic that they have to talk about. And that stuff is such a snoozer for me, especially your pet is a snoozer for me. But I don't want to put people off or make them feel like they can't share something that's one of their highest levels of passion for them, because that's rude. And I don't like people to feel like they have to hide a sliver of themselves just to get my approval. God, please don't hide your pets from me to gain my approval. Yeah. Feels relevant today? Yeah, absolutely. This conversation topic is assuming that we want to reveal that stuff to Twitch chat. No, that's very true. This is also not a place where you necessarily out your deepest, darkest secrets. So unless there's a way to sanitize what you want to talk about, or make something broader statement than what you're already, uncomfortable sharing. Don't share things that will get you in trouble because they're on the internet. Luckily, a great many people have internet aliases that don't necessarily trace back to their family and friends, or we're getting into a phase of our lives where we just don't care what's heard and not heard because the world is going to continue on tomorrow as it did today, whether you know something about me or not. But if your name is on the internet, it could get back to you. It creates a situation in which these tidbits of information about who you are, that it's not necessarily safe to share them. Don't use this place as a safe haven. It's on the internet. It is public. And we can only go so far. There is not the safety of a one-on-one end-to-end encrypted confessional booth, as it were. Aside from current events, there's a game I'm into that I tend to hide from others because there's a really goofy notion about it in the general gaming sphere online. A goofy notion? I'm kind of curious. I don't need to know the game. Actually, if you say the game, I don't know that it will have any impact on me because I'm not entirely in every inner circle. But curious what the goofy notion is. I'll cry at the drop of a hat. I like that about people. I like that about myself. There are certain things. For example, the musical Wicked, which was recently turned into a movie as well. Wicked came out at a time where I didn't have money or ability to go and see musicals. And so it came and went without me really understanding the impact. I was just like, oh, they made Oz, the whole world of Oz, into a musical. And I, as a kid, I read like every Oz book. So it would have been right up my alley to be interested in something Oz related, I suppose. But I slept on it. Well, sleep on it implies that I could actually go. I couldn't afford to go see a musical at the time that it came out. So it came and left, but then when I finally had exposure to it, I was able to go see the musical. It hit like a ton of bricks, and it became an instrumental tool to help me survive some of my hardest times in my life. So the story is already poignant and can make some people cry because of the emotional gravitas that the story itself hits. But for me, it's a double whammy because it was also such an impactful survival tool for me at the time that I was able to watch the show and learn the story. And so I'd just become a sobbing mess. Even in parts where most people would not be crying, I would. Yeah. It's been in development for a while, but since it's open development, people think it's a scam. Open development. I'm not sure I understand. Like, it's open source? Hello and welcome. Hi, Stuart. Oh, I was talking about Wicked. Wicked the musical. Most games people don't hear about until they're in the final couple years of an 8+ year development process. Oh, gotcha. Like, it's so early in the public eye that folks feel like it's probably vaporware, like they're just taking your money and running away with it or something. Since my social reality is fairly limited, I don't really come across a lot of the situations where something like this comes up. No, but you do date, and you do have, jobs where you're interacting with certain coworkers. You have a pretty diverse family, some of which might not appreciate the same sliver of Troa that other family do. Maybe less so among the greater strangers. Hermit mode is a real thing and certainly limits the mental calculus you need to perform. to a comforting degree for a lot of people, I would say. This one did open development from the conceiving phase, not even just the building it out phase. Interesting. So they were like, hey, we're a game company. Here's our idea for a game. That takes guts. I can see why a lot of people might find that controversial. One thing, for a long time, I was recalcitrant to talk about any of my health issues. Spontaneous time travel isn't exactly a winning feature in people's eyes, among others. So one of my best friends has a chronic autoimmune disease, and the problem with sharing things like this with maybe a greater public, they have said, is one, the best intentions from people, your best friends and family, will start to narrow down their definition of who you are. They don't care as much about all of your ambitions, the little things that happen to you on a day-to-day basis, your relationships, the things that you do for fun in your off times, or your stresses at work. All of that gets smushed away, and they put a big chunk of their idea of you. Big chunk of that is just taken up by the disease, right? And so for a lot of people, that's undesirable. You don't want to be defined by what you have. You want to be defined by who you are. Some of us don't even like that. Or, don't want to be measured by the sort of person we are inside so much as by our actions. Like, oh man, I have some really dark thoughts, but at least I try to do good things in the world, Despite my sourness about humanity, I'll still help a lady across the street or something. I don't know, something like that. That's one part of it. The other thing that they said is when people can do a Google search for any terms that you drop, they might go to WebMD or, Johns Hopkins or whatever websites show up in the top searches. And if you talk about something about yourself and they learn the term, they'll go an armchair. And again, this is maybe like your most inner circle. They'll go and armchair you and say, oh yeah, armchair doctor or armchair physician to you and say, oh yeah, I looked up all of the symptoms that causes, and I fully understand your journey. But that's not always the case. Diagnostic criteria are never like 100% somebody's story. You could wildly vary from what people see online, or the see online could be, in order to get a label, you need 6 out of these 12 criteria. Well, that adds a lot of variance in, right? Suddenly you're incomparable to somebody else who has the exact same thing that you do. So it can be just really disheartening to even want to talk about or share something like that with lay people, even your best friends. Yeah. Even though it's playable, there's nothing like it out there and it's fun, people still say it's a scam simply because a full 1.0 version hasn't been released yet. There's so much early access stuff out there, though. I guess I can see where people might be concerned, just because I think there's a lot of vaporware that has happened in the past. I've been subject to it myself. I've lost money supporting people who are in early access, open early access, or just even conceptual phase where they show some like artwork or whatever, or like in-game engine stuff that they've done. And it does sting, it does hurt, and I don't know that there's really a way to safeguard yourself from that. Would you ever make a game developer forcibly sign a, like, hey, we'll return everybody's money if this doesn't come to fruition after so many years? I think it would stop a lot of game design from happening. because we sort of need to be in a place to take more risks. If we don't, only the big developers will be able to. And we've seen what happens with that kind of stuff, right? Lots of gacha, lots of microtransaction, reliance on the same IP that have already been tested with the public. So you'd see like more Marvel-based games and less new ideas coming out of the woodwork. Sometimes that can be okay with the right care and mindset, but I do still hope that indie developers can continue to work. I don't want to reduce them out of the picture and say, if you're risking people's money, you can't do this anymore. But I suppose it's going to leave a certain amount of people raw, that they feel like they're not going to actually get their money back because they've been stung before, because they distrust what's out there already. It's game I linked for you for the bagpipes. Oh, that one. Gotcha. Oh, I didn't know that was... I thought that was a full-fledged game you shared. Open dev is in they show everything. Got it. Like a window into the game development every week. That's a lot of transparency. My work and personal lives are completely separate. Everything there is focused on the job itself and the people I work beside. I don't really talk about anything in my day-to-day. Gotcha. Yeah, I feel that way about my job as well. There's only in the past couple months a little bit of a minor shift in people actually asking about, you know, who are you and what motivates you kind of thing. What have you been up to outside of work? But it's nothing like previous work cultures. My last 2 jobs before my current job, I knew tons about the people I worked with. There was lots of room for developing out sort of some team building. I don't know what to call it. Just, you know, getting to know people so that there's maybe more synergy in the type of work you do. Whereas this one, it feels very, I am doing me, you are doing you, and I'll reach out to you if I need anything. That's about it. For what it's worth, I've been playing said scam game while watching videos all day. So apparently it's not too scammy if you've been playing it. My diabetes family will always be like, oh, but that has sugar in it. Like they need to warn me. Right. Because they know exactly what's going on with you at every moment of your health and need to step in to make decisions for you. That's kind of ick. It's like they don't understand that any carbs are the same as sugar, and also I take insulin regardless. Yeah. I feel like that looks like care to some people. Oh, we know what you've got, and therefore we're going to show you that our concern extends into helping you manage your health. That's kind of gross. Unless you've asked somebody like, hey, I am a compulsive shopper, compulsive eater, or I lose track of, I have executive dysfunction with my ADHD and I need somebody to help out, and so you've asked for it. I don't think people need to keep stepping in and telling you what to do and not do. Yeah, that gets pretty ick. How is everyone doing this fine, whatever time it is where you're at? Don't I have like one of the most awkward times to stream to talk about? I even struggle saying what days I stream, because I've had a couple of people that I've met in real life go like, oh, you're a content creator, you do live streaming, like, oh, how can I watch one of your shows? It's like, well, I guess you go at late. Well, for where I live, the time zone is like really, really early morning. So this stream starts on Thursday, but I struggle to call it Thursday because it still feels like Wednesday to me, even though I slept before I started this stream for a couple hours anyway. And the time zone difference as we go across the rest of the country means for most people, it's late Wednesday going into Thursday. And we'll end the stream on Thursday for most people. But if you're also watching me from another country somewhere else, that's all thrown up in the air as well. It just makes me want to talk in UTC all the time. But I'm already such a huge nerd, and I already struggle with people not understanding parts of me. I lost a fight to set things up in our household so that they read Celsius, because I think it's a better tool to teach our kids temperature than teaching them a standard that's only really good for the US for the most part. And I lost that fight because everybody else that shares the same tech that I do in this household is like, I don't understand Celsius. It feels awkward and uncomfortable for me to use. And can't we just use Fahrenheit? I'm a little bit raw about that. Early access and its consequences have been a disaster for gamer species. I feel like there's a distrust component just between Jim, hello and welcome. A distrust component between people that want to take your money and do something with it and the people that have that money, because there's so many ways in which your money can leave you. Right? It gets insidious after a while. Everything wants to become a subscription, right? Even simple service software. Like, oh, you download this thing and it does, you know, just a little easy thing in the background for you. But you can't buy it. You cannot buy a license so that you own the software. You subscribe to it. You have to open up a monthly donation to this team to keep that running. And because so many things have gone subscription-based, I think we get more and more wary about the places in which we've put some money out there and we're not actually achieving a return on investment. Gyms are horrible for this, right? The whole reason why running a gym is so profitable is the amount of money. But just beeped at me. Oh, my phone is resetting. Why are you resetting? Why are you running? Gyms are extra profitable to run because you buy a bunch of equipment, you rent a place, you pay some employees, and then the actual stuff that you have to do on the day-to-day as far as maintenance goes is pretty light. And if it were just that story and you had some customers who paid for their time, they came in and did their time there and left, that would be a pretty good business. But gyms are one of the rare scenarios in which you have a bunch of people, a whole constituency of your base of customers that don't use what they pay for, right? They're paying you a monthly subscription to get access to the gym equipment, and they don't even go. And that makes people feel raw. Vaporware makes people feel raw. I'd imagine there's maybe even some content creators out there where what if they are experiencing burnout, or they decide that they need to do something else with their lives, and you've just like donated a big bit donation, or you've subbed to them for years, and you don't feel like you've gained the return on what you've granted them. So even what I'm doing right now, like if I'm not providing some sort of worth for you, it can feel really raw if any money comes out of your pocket and goes toward me. I think that's one of the main reasons why for a long time I was nervous to have monetization on as a streamer, because I wasn't sure how that handshake worked. I was new to watching live streams when I started live streaming. I was much more of a VOD viewer. I was big YouTube consumer. And so I knew the world of pre-recorded stuff and giving people just ad revenue by watching their videos, as opposed to like paying their Patreon and whatnot. And so I felt very much pressured to spend every dime just back into the business instead of doing anything for me. For the most part, I did. Every dollar that I've collected since I started streaming, I've used to try to make my production value or content or just basic infrastructure grow. And I never bought groceries or filled a gas tank or paid an electric bill from streaming, which is just the decision I made because I was so nervous to feel like I was providing vaporware. Basically, it's a full game now. Oh, but people still called it. So what foot do they have to stand on? Where's their platform of how is it a scam if they've sorted out the whole game at this point? That seems super weird. As for Discourse, I do. I won't say what, because no offense, I don't stream chats with that stuff. Oh yeah, that's we were talking about that earlier. This is not the place where you just open share without the mental calculus of how that's going to be affecting your greater world. Your stuff will be put out online in public on this stream. So this is not, you're not in DMs with me. Act accordingly. Isn't the theme question a bit redundant? If you're keeping a secret from everyone and then talk about it here, is it still a secret? Absolutely. There are many people here who don't use their normal handle or their full legal name. So there's some anonymity and some abstraction of who you are as a stream consumer, as opposed to, well, some of us who are much more, everywhere online. So there are things that I don't necessarily feel comfortable sharing in this particular topic because of who I am. But I tossed it out there at least to get people thinking about it. It isn't necessarily a place where we all hold hands, say kumbaya, and then share our darkest secrets so that it can be used for blackmailing later on. Isn't that kind of the premise of the beginning of your journey through Scientology? I don't know the whole thing. I'm terrified of those people, to be honest, because they, at some point did have my name and contact information because they're insidious like that. But isn't part of Scientology's beginning of luring you into the cult side of things, gathering sensitive information about you so that they can use it as leverage later? Yeah. My online presence is really more or less the dominant part of my social atmosphere. Oh, that's really cool. That's not everyone feels that way. I think especially, well, it depends on, I guess, what generation, where and how you grew up, but maybe it's becoming more and more common. The Teddy and I go out with his friends or mine every once in a while, but my friends out here I knew from my old raver days, and we don't really have a need for secrets. That's true. That is true. That's a community, I think, where there's a lot more trust involved. And people thrive on the ability to support one another. Teddy's friends are pretty similar, with a more joking machismo vibe than the artistic musical Wild Child one. That must be interesting, the intersection between spending time with your friends and then his friends. Some people are more open in some communities. That's true too. And cultures. I'm far more open here than with all but like my two best friends. I would say, yeah, if I'm in polite conversation with folks that are more like acquaintance to light friends, I share a lot less. I also have a tactic where, because Oz in person is more soft-spoken and is a slow burn to get to know, I take a back burner when we're meeting or hanging out with newer people, or just, folks that we haven't had a chance to really sink our teeth like deep into getting to know each other, because I don't want to step on their ability to know her. I think most people that meet Oz and get to know her more deeply have really appreciated her, And I want everybody that we meet to have that opportunity as well. Obviously, you know, I'm on Team Oz. So my thespian, media trained, outward, big sharing and long bardic storytelling personality doesn't fit with that goal. So I put myself away and try to let her shine. And then people can get to know me over time. Or I can just say, oh yeah, just Google me and you can find out shit about me. Then I can use this I'll just live stream at a camera and people can watch that later and go, okay, I know everything I need to know about D. I don't need to. And then when we hang out in person, they can learn about Oz. With most of my close friends, it's not worth bringing up some stuff because they'll harass me about it, even in a friendly way. If I feel like my friends are harassing but fun about it, I don't mind bringing stuff up around them. Although I kind of have to know. I have one friend who, I think I mentioned this on stream once, who like harassed me and didn't let me off the hook for like 6 months. And so I mentioned it later on. I was like, I feel kind of raw about this one interaction we had. And they were like, oh yeah, I was just trying to make you feel uncomfortable for a joke. I was like, oh, would have loved to have heard that day 6 months ago. I felt, you know, we're still friends, but I felt raw about it for a while. Not angry, just raw. And that kind of joking can be tricky to be around. But I also wouldn't want to tell them, don't joke like you usually joke around me. I'm more sensitive. I can be sensitive. But I try to put that away if somebody's sense of humor is more callous and jabby. Yeah. I wish there was a font made just for me to let people know I'm saying something to be silly. So I'll say this isn't like necessarily the easiest or most comfortable way to communicate with people, but sometimes there needs to be like a sarcasm tag for folks to understand that the things that you're saying are being, you know, weird or off. The community where I see sarcasm get misunderstood the most, I don't know if it's, you know, certain percentage of neurospicy happen to be in this community or what, but they've just developed the idea that something has to be done is Imager. And on Imager, anybody who wants to use sarcasm generally has to end their post with a /S. It seems contrived, and it seems like it takes the fun out of sarcasm to tell everybody, I'm telling a joke, you guys. The thing I just said is a punchline. But at the same time, it really removes the ambiguity that allows certain people to take you wrong. Because, yeah, it can be hard just being text on a wall somewhere. When I worked in the public eye, though, there were many, many things I tried to keep from becoming common knowledge. However, that's mostly because people en masse tend to be... Can I just say, I love this audio mixer, but my most used tool on it is the sneeze button or the cough button. That was a sneeze, but okay, where was I? People en masse tend to be awful about anything given the chance. I feel like it's fun to dogpile. People enjoy the dogpile sensation. Oh, 50 other people are slamming this person down for something. Yeah. I feel that way too. Oh, look, we're all agree with each other. We're a tribe. We're a tribe, and we're beating this non-tribe person with a stick. Yeah, there's something gross inside of us that likes to do that. Especially catty gay men in a super social atmosphere where you're on center stage and jealousy is a bitch. I do feel like jealousy, unfortunately, is one of those emotions that rarely leads to good things and can often lead to petty, painful attacks on somebody. And for what? You don't gain. You just make somebody else lose. It's not great. Good rule of thumb for Celsius conversion. Sorry, Jam. I'm just not getting to this. This is going to be one of those streams, isn't it? Should we switch to here? You all have been staring at my face up close for so long. Let's treat you to what I've been looking at this whole time, which it's me staring off into the void of the end game Final Fantasy 14 city. Just sort of looking off into, I don't know, walking around, jumping on stuff. It's at least visually something besides just a close-up of me the whole time. I know I'm cute, but I'm not that cute. The best temperature measurement is obviously Kelvin. I would talk in terms of Kelvin if it were a little easier for like human life. Just because I'm a big science nerd. I like science. I'm not a scientist, and I don't spend my time doing a science. I guess computer science is a science to some degree, but Kelvin is hard to talk about in terms of human experiences, or at least it's not common parlance, whereas Celsius is, at least for now. Half of Fahrenheit minus 32. That's not a good rule of thumb. That is a bad rule of thumb for anybody Fahrenheit brained. Do you know why? Because Fahrenheit brained people who live in the United States don't have to do any of that to talk to other Fahrenheit people. Oh, my app says it's going to be 68 today. And everybody in Fahrenheit land goes, oh yeah, 68. I know exactly what 68 feels like. But I'm over here in like, oh yeah, it's going to be 19 land. And people are like, what? Huh? What do you mean? You're not going to get those people to do math. Yeah, that is all very easy for somebody willing to do math to meet you halfway. But most people that I know, including under this roof, refuse that mental math heartily, because apparently that part of how we run this household is a democracy. Yeah. Gyms make it hell to cancel. Oh yeah. There's so much pressure. They pressure you to join and not to cancel. I had a friend who got a free, it was like a once a week, Thursdays is bring a friend day sort of thing. And I went with him to his gym and we had a good time. I got a good workout in. I really liked the facilities. And we were trying to leave, and apparently in order for me to be there at all, I had to do an exit conversation with the gym manager. That was part of my free in on that Thursday. And I was like, so this is a timeshare conversation? Like, I get the free, perks for being here, but you're going to sell me on your facilities services? And we went back and forth for like 5 minutes. And I was like, I'm not trying to hardball you here about like getting you to whittle your price down or change what you say to me that's going to convince me into a membership today. My friend said it was free friend Thursdays. I want my free gym day. Leave me alone now. If I wanted to pay, I would have come on a paid day. I don't know. Whatever. The pressure was really frustrating. I was like, I did not prepare to talk to a salesperson for 5 minutes and say no every which way and have them treat it like I was playing hardball in a negotiation. I didn't even know the conversation was going to happen. I got blindsided. I use code PAIR. What's up, K-Talk? What does code PAIR get me? Will that unlock free membership to a gym? I need to understand what code PAIR. I love pears. There's something alluring about a good pear. The flavor is like no other fruit. I don't know how to place it. Why? Somebody figure it out. Why do pears have such a different fruit flavor than so many other fruits out there? It's good, and I don't know anybody that doesn't like pears. But they're also not that common. just because they get damaged so easily. They get bruised badly, or like a bad pair is really easy to buy, unfortunately. So I've had some really mealy, not terribly sweet pairs, or they get mushy too quick. Hard to buy. 100% control on all its DLC. Oh, you 100%ed the game? You platinumed? Was thinking about making a service pistol prop from the game. That could be fun. The foot they stand on is just ignorance. They see headlines and news of it passing another milestone but not having a release date. And you get stuff like PC Gamer releasing headlines such as, "They can't keep getting away with this." Gotcha. Game journalism. Game journalism and community posts are helping people feel like it's a scam because they're still not at 1.0, right? The thing is, if they rushed to release, that would become the new headline, right? You can't win by acquiescing to that game, to the game of playing into what people say about you, trying to prove them wrong. I say just lean into it for a while and be like, you know what? Yeah, the confidence in this game is going to stay low until we see a 1, but we want that 1 to be impactful. We want the version 1.0 to be memorable. And there's nothing that allaying everybody's fear is going to do to get that smooth launch to happen, right? Just eat. Yeah, just eat the negative press and make everybody look like a shithead for giving it to you. I'm a very combative person, though. Not every game developer probably thinks the way I do, but if somebody really presses me on something that's not fair about me, I get vitriolic, and I'll stab her right back. Maybe it's the witch in me. I try not to be that way in almost anything, but I do get that way when I get personally attacked. Quite literally a headline a week ago for the game. Lame. You had that premise for one of your streams a couple weeks ago. It was what taboo do you have? Oh, that was kind of different though. That's like something that is what we were talking about are things that you do that sort of break society's expectations of what a good person is, but you relish in it. You know, like you've accepted or adopted something lovely about yourself. Like you're like, this is great. But if you mention it to grandma at the dinner table, or if you stand on a public forum and say, this is who I am, you would get some like moral outrage from the normie population, or the folks that decide what's supposed to be acceptable to humanity. That's a pretty different thing, I think. It's the same vein. I get it. I know. Not all my discourse topics. Listen, I think about these long and hard, and I don't have a really good backlog of things that I've talked about to make sure that I don't step on my own toes. But I do have a pretty good memory, and I try not to talk too much about things that are the same. Although I had one discourse last year that spanned 2 days. It was like things that you would cancel that are still like active in culture and haven't been canceled yet. And it was such a topic of conversation that we just had to talk about it for 2 discourses in a row, because we were all being very chatty. It's who we were on that particular topic. People thrive on the ability to support one another. That's what the Deadheads were when they existed.
That's another thing.
My dad was one.
I'm right as the mail.
Thank you for the self-care. I think that people thrive on a lot of other things though too. But at our core, I do feel like we love helping each other out. We love being a person who makes other people better by our presence and uplift other folks. It feels good to do. It feels great to receive. And when you receive, you start looking for other ways that you can help. It even feels good, just even on a neurotransmitter level, to see that happen between 2 other people. If you see an act of compassion, compassion or support, it triggers certain neurotransmitters within you that make you feel better about yourself and humanity and make you more magnanimous. We are at our core, at our electric level, our chemical level, social creatures where we want to help each other out. Yeah, I agree. I didn't know that the Deadhead community was like that. That's interesting. The Grateful Dead is one of those bands that when I heard their name and saw their skull logo, I had a real idea about who they would sound like, what they would sound like. And then I heard their music and I was like, oh, the band sounds very different from their name and aesthetic. I don't know what I expected, but I did not expect the music to be what actually comes out of the Grateful Dead. I don't have emotes for that. Emotes for what? Thank you for the bless you. Been working on a Trevor Belmont statue and was looking at what I could make next and found a great squall just chilling on a windowsill with a text box in the style of game saying whatever. Fun. That's fun. Not sure why I like it so much, but I sent the pic of it in DM. Cool, take a look. Pears combine sweet with both smooth and grainy texture, so it's more of a complete palate experience than, say, an apple. Yeah, I feel like apples can be sort of like one-dimensional. Some of them have some neat nuance of like a little bit of tart or sourness to them with the majority sweet, but they do seem kind of like an entry-level fruit, whereas pears, I feel like, are taste more nuanced. That's probably why people do interesting pairings of like fancy cheeses with pear than more so than apple. We all have in the community, but it gets old when it's such a normal conversation. The second someone finds out you're into it, that's kind of lame. To the point where if someone asks me if I'm into it without bringing it up, I get a gut reaction like, oh fuck, here we go again. Another person's gonna chew me out and try to convince me it's vaporware no matter what I say or show in response. That sucks. You need better friends. Let's just cancel your existing anybody who's gonna judge you for that game and replace them with somebody else. Just kidding. That's rude. On the topic of moral outrage for something you're proud of, me admitting I have conditional love. I think conditional love is way more important than people give it credit for. I also do feel like we are quick as a species to think that the definition of something that we use is the definition other people are using. Oz and I had that literally just not today, 2 days ago. We had a deep conversation. And I was like, wait, we might be using two definitions of... it's escaping me. But two definitions of a key word, a vital word in what we were talking about. And I was like, here's what my definition is. And she was like, yeah, that, but also plus this. And I was like, oh, see? That's where things are confusing. I think love is one of those things too. If I told you that I love all of humanity... That's not to say that I accept all of you for the way that you are. I think there's some bad behaviors out there. I think I want to distance myself from some of you. I feel like there's some significant lack of trust in a number of you, especially if I've met you and you've harmed me in some way. But I don't wish that the world malaligns itself against you and you face struggle and hardship after another and nothing grows for you and all of your family suffers and everything you come in contact with turns to ash. Because honestly, that's going to turn a bad person worse. If somebody's already a bad egg and I say, yeah, I just want all the bad to happen to you all the time, you're not getting better for it out of that experience, right? You will turn even more sour and even more painful to others. The curse of who you are will become worse for those who know you the more you suffer. So I feel like I want good things for people and I generally want love and happiness and comfort for most people. I think if you're violent or meddling or harmful in some way to others, that the more good you have in you, in your life, the more that stuff will stop. And so in that regard, I could also love a person and say, I want you to be detoothed. And there's nothing, I think, controversial or conflicting between those things. Like, if I say, I want you to enjoy life so that you'll stop being a dick to everyone, so that you'll just focus on the enjoyment of your own life, I don't think that's it's uncontroversial in my opinion. And I also wouldn't say I love all of humanity. I love nearly all of humanity. But there are some conditions in which I really do want just a very slim, very, very slim contingency of people to suffer until they're no longer with us. Luckily, I'm not the arbiter of justice, though, either. Like, I would never do anything myself. But I have ill thoughts towards some people because they're a little bit beyond, you know, let's just hope that you get the things you want so that you'll stop pissing everybody else off and you'll leave the world alone. There's some people that I just hope suffer until they die. And I can't turn that part off in me. I think I've tried. Most people also operate on the Twitch ad thing works again. Oh, I fixed it because I'll catch up with China, I promise. I fixed it from last stream. Everything that had been breaking on StreamerBot has been because of some sort of an update. So StreamerBot used to not have its own audio routing built into the app. So I used Windows, and then StreamerBot gained its own audio routing part in settings. Once it did that, I lost audio on most people's alerts until I found where that was in settings, and that was new. Then last stream, I lost the ability to see when an ad break happened. And that's because they updated how the Twitch API communicates with StreamerBot to send messages about ads happening. There used to be like 3 different, there's like an ad inc, an ad run, and a mid ad trigger, like way too many triggers, confusing, conflicting, bad documentation on them. And now there's just an ad run and ad break done or something like that. There's just 2, start and stop. But when they did that, they killed the trigger in my bot that let me know when ads were coming. There's just nothing there. There's nothing. The alert was there, but there was nothing to trigger it. So I found that out before tonight's stream, just before tonight's stream. Yeah. All right. I'm not going to love someone who's a bad person. It's a simple condition. Don't be a horrible person, but it's a condition nonetheless. Yeah, I think I can love just the idea that people deserve food and health and happiness, but they don't deserve to continue to be a dick. Most people also operate on conditional love and are just too afraid to admit it. It's just a very deeply ingrained thing in certain sections of the gaming community to say you're unconditional. Maybe it's like a moral, they just want to feel like there's a moral obligation to be loved and be awful. I feel like unconditional love, and I mean like the real deep care for somebody, not the blanket I wish all humanity well sort of thing that I'm talking about, but like deep care for somebody regardless of what that person does to you. I think that's something shitheads promoted so they could continue to exploit and harm people. Well, you have to take me, you have to keep me in your circle because Otherwise, you're a hateful person who shuts people out based on what they do, and you don't give people a chance. People can change. Well, you can change. You can change on your own, and you can make new friends. You don't need to wish ill to not love someone. Oh, yeah, true. Which of the top-down Final Fantasies 1 through 6 should I play next? Played 1 and 4 so far. I would say, well, I don't know what 2 and 3 are like. I don't know what 1 through 3 are like. So if I had to take a guess, I'd probably say 5 out of my lack of out of only knowing half of those numbers that you mentioned. I'd save 6 for last out of those. I'm doing them in order myself. I'm almost done with 2 right now. I considered playing them on stream, but imagine committing to every Final Fantasy on stream. I feel like that's a lot. Unless I'm doing this like incredibly full time and I just have the time to do all the grinding and we have the time to stop and parkour around and chat with each other about stuff, which will make the games take significantly longer. Yeah, I don't know if that's smartest thing to commit to. Because I was like, oh, I've been doing franchises. You know, we did every King's Quest game. We did every Monkey Island game. Kind of, for the King's Quest. I should do every Final Fantasy. And I was like, I don't know. That feels significantly deeper commitment than the other ones. I was going to do that, but some of the leveling systems are annoying. You get that slow build up of better systems, better gameplay, and then finding their stuff. Yeah, I like that idea. 3 is just a really dang good story. Is it? It's good in comparison to 1 and 2. Oh, gotcha. But more simplistic than the later entries. I see. It's good and simple, nothing too complex, easy to go through, nothing you need to deeply think about. It can be okay. I like deep thinker games at this phase of my life. 6 is normally considered one of the best stories. I definitely agree. 2 is a weird hybrid where they tried a story, but it's weak. Oh. Meanwhile, the leveling system's fun. Which Final Fantasy games have I played? I've played... The oldest one I played was 4. I really, really enjoyed 4. I played 5. I really enjoyed... The storyline on 5 was okay. I think I liked 4's better. But 5 had really fun gameplay mechanics. And so, like, I don't remember the combat and leveling and abilities in 4, so it must not have been as memorable as the story. But I don't remember the story that well in 5, but I remember all the combat and leveling and abilities, so the combat must have been more fun. So 4 and 5 I like for different reasons. 6 was the first one I fell in love with the story. And then I played 7, and 7 was lovely. I played all of 7. Like, I did everything, including the Black Chocobo, including all the weapon fights. Like, I did everything there was to do in 7. So that tells you I must have really loved the crap out of that game. I didn't even own the game. I had to borrow it, extended and multiple times to do all that stuff because I did not have the money for a game console and game that sort of. Yeah, but I had friends who could afford that stuff. And then 8, I played all the way to the last fight and got absolutely trounced. Absolutely trounced. I used lots and lots of consumables. I think I might have used everything I could do to try to win that fight and got absolutely demolished, which made me realize I had to go back and probably grind or level stuff up or some. I was lacking, right? So I needed to do the JRPG thing. And I don't know what it was, that phase in my life or something, but I said, you know what? I feel like I'm just done. And I kept the game on a shelf where I could look at it and say, this is the next thing I got to do. I got to boot this game back up. And I got to go, I got to leave the final area and I got to go do the grind. So I made it like visually accessible to myself. This is the next thing I got to do. I got to play this next. I got to go into 8 and I got to work my characters up. I got to do 8. And I couldn't get myself to do it. It's like a job that you don't want. It was like the veggies on your plate as a little kid that you really don't want to eat. And you're like, I got to do this. And then I never did. Never played 9, 10. I played 2 weeks of 11 and then quit because I hated it because it was like one of the worst MMO RPGs for its era. 11 was bad. Hard stance there. Everybody who fell in love with 11, I don't know. I'll say this. So I came from a friend group that played MMOs. So all of my friends were into MMOs. Some of them played the same MMOs as me all the time. Sometimes we were like off and on with each other. But my entire friend group and everybody else I knew who were into MMOs, when 11 came out, they did not stay in 11. They all tried it out for a bit, some longer than others, but nobody stayed in because from a big game development company, it was not good. It was just not a good MMO against the market. But if it was your first and only MMO that you've ever experienced at the time that it came out, I could see why people got addicted because they didn't know any better. That's like saying apples are the most nuanced fruit if all you've ever eaten was apples in your life. That's my controversial opinion on 11. I didn't play 12. I didn't play 13.1. I didn't play 13.2. One of my roommates once upon a time got a promo copy of 13.3 for free from his job. And he let me play a bit of 13.3. So I got, I don't know, like 5 hours under the belt. But 5 hours of 13.3 knowing nothing about the first two games was a kind of a different experience. I didn't stick with it. I've played years and years and years of 14, and I've never played anything newer than 14. Yeah. 4 is similarly minimalist story like 3, but smooths out some of the gameplay to an extent, but I prefer 3's story. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check it out. If you like 4 and want something similar but less refined, 3 is pretty much it. 5 solid, can't say either way. Personally, it's just sort of there. I wish you could do more stuff with Kingdom. Oh, that they could do more stuff with Kingdom Hearts. That's a series that I might at some point stream because there's so much nostalgia and so many people really love it and feel very strongly about it. And I haven't played an iota of it. I don't know anything about Kingdom Hearts except that there are Disney people in it. That's it. That's all I know. Disney and Square Enix things mixed together, right? That's about all I know about the whole thing. That's all I want to know, really. 6 is considered one of the best of all Final Fantasy games, but I greatly preferred the 3D version of it to the top-down version. Oh, interesting. I didn't know there was a 3D version. 5 to me is just meh. Yeah, I love the jobs and the fighting, and I think I loved the combat so much that I made my characters immensely OP by the end of the game. I don't know if I 100%ed that game, but I played so much 5 that by the time I got to the end content, it was a laugh. I could have sneezed on the boss and he would have died. The final boss. Gold Chocobo? Oh yeah, I did everything. But the black one was, I think, the hardest one to get in 7 from my recollection. I played 1 through 6, 7 remake, working through Rebirth now. I know they're different from 7, but the remakes are so dang good. 10, 10-2, and 14. Yeah, you've got more under the belt than I do. 8's battle system, enemies scale with you, so grinding probably wouldn't have helped. So enemies scale with the main guy. I forget his name now. But if you kill your main dude, you can level all of your other characters and just give them disproportionately much higher stats than main brooding guy. Then the game becomes a lot less scaly. It only scales with one character. But there's also an aspect to it that I probably didn't have all of the skills I needed, or your characters do get more fleshed out even if the levels level with you. Having more nuance to your character is always better. 10 is my favorite numbered RPG, and Tactics is my favorite overall. I've never played a Tactics game. I've played games in that genre before, just not the ones made by Square Enix. 9 is good too. I played 1, 4, 7, original and remakes. 8 and 9 got stuck on Seymour Fight, if I'm saying that right. In 10, 12, original and the remake. First part of 13. Did MSQ for 14. Some of it. You didn't do the good MSQ yet, Stuart. 15 pre-better end patch, and 16 to 80%. Never realized how much Final Fantasy I played. Wow. Yeah. You and I have spent our free time in very different ways from each other. For sure. Also played all the Kingdom Hearts games except the mobile game. Has a lot going for it. Could be a pretty good series for streaming. I think it could be fun. Oh yeah, Squall. That's the guy's name. Now that I think about it. Then I'm going to head off and lurk. Thank you for the lurk support, Likos. Also, I thought you said you were lurking when the stream started, and then you're like, oh yeah, but actually I'm going to be here the whole, how long? More than an hour. You failed at a lurk this evening. Oh, the Squall scaling thing? Yeah, it's one of those things that probably made a lot of sense on the back end to people when they were developing it. Like, oh yeah, this works. He's pretty much always going to be in every group makeup, and it's pretty easy to code in, and it'll really help the world feel like it's always sort of there with you, instead of going to old areas and feeling like, oh, I'm way above and beyond this now. So that the world just feels relevant all the time. But it doesn't take long for gamers to sort that kind of stuff out and then exploit it. All right. Well, I'm just going to have a corpse in my group for the vast majority of my grinding then, so that the world stops scaling. Yeah. All right. What are we doing with leveling tonight? I am not at cap with my mathematics, so maybe the first thing we should do is make sure that we are, or not are immediately, but I can at least do the 250 mathematics things, which you can only get the mathematics if you play a max level character. So I'll go Astro and just knock these out. Main Snar and then Alliance. MSQ is the most boring of them all, but hey, it keeps the mathematics rolling in, or whatever your highest level tombstone at any given point. I just looked it up. Scales at the average level in your active party. I wonder if that may have changed, or if I just misremembered it. I think that still works though, to leave Squall dead, because you'll still like level slower if somebody's much lower level, and maybe the mathematics behind it, I might have abstracted away what you're actually doing in the game. It could be that if he's the lowest level, it doesn't matter as much, like his damage and health and all that don't scale with level like other characters do, and so the most OP thing to do is pick the people that scale the best, level them up, and the people that don't need scaling as much and keep them dead. Could be something like that. Thanks for fact checking me on that. I hate being wrong. So in fact, that's something I'll say for anybody just going forward, and any stream community that can hear me right now or on VOD, is if I make a false claim and you can find the actual truth of the matter, not just some like Reddit post where somebody has an opinion on something, really I encourage you to prove me wrong. We talked about this in a previous stream just in the last month or so, about streamers who will like ban you for disagreeing with them or something. They're like, oh yeah, you think that? You think I'm stupid for that? Or you gotta study or journalism article that says otherwise than what I just said, well, enjoy your ban, mister. Enjoy that ban. I hate that forging, that cherry picking of a community. The idea that people can't speak up and challenge and change and help people grow, especially the streamer. It just perpetuates the idea that most people that try this and gain wild success, it's the same as like corporate America. When you look at a big boss CEO driving the nice car, corner of a penthouse office with like the view of the entire city, they wear lavish suits, they have an assistant that does all their work for them, and they're just a fat cat asshole, chances that that person's also just absolute narcissist are quite high, right? They put themselves above everything else. They have a really empty, vapid, all other human beings on this planet are garbage sort of mentality of the world. And that way of thinking gets you through corporate America easier. People see that as like ambition and can act dispassionately to the best business results. Like we encourage that type of thinking in corporate America. And I also think it happens with streamers too. I'm not saying every big streamer, because they're big, they're a narcissist, but I have narcissist radar. And or actually, no, it's not radar. You know what I have? I have a narcissist homing beacon, because they come for me. They come at me. And so I get anxious around narcissism. And I feel like I can smell it in some of the top streamers, especially when they're like handcrafting a community that all agrees with what they believe. And then that perpetuates itself later on too, because if you change or grow as a person, but your audience all demands a certain way of thinking out of you as a streamer, you're going to generally do, especially if you're a narcissist, you're going to generally do what just brings the paycheck, keeps the paychecks coming in. So you will sacrifice your actual beliefs in a matter to just keep getting paid. What a miserable contract between an audience and a streamer, and one that's so easily broken. Disagree with me? You got proof that I'm wrong? Well, I got proof that you're not gonna watch me anymore. Enjoy the ban hammer. So dumb. The original 4 had a thing where you leveled the main character more than the rest. After a specific point, they would match his level when they come back to his party. Oh, I wonder if that's what I'm mixing up. I feel if you have a level 1 character, then it would make enemies weaker because that would lower the character. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Also, you should definitely play 9 and 10 at some point, and Tactics if you like Tactics RPGs. I like the idea of them. I just don't know if that's how my brain works. Does that make sense? I don't play a lot of tactical games. God, I tried playing. I wanted to think of myself as a person that plays real-time strategy games. And I'm bad at that kind of strategic thought, honestly. I feel like a big brain person sometimes. I feel like a big nerd sometimes. And yet, there are some things that that better nerds than me do so much better. I'm like, oh, I'm not really a good nerd. I'm just like, I'm nerd light. And tactical games and strategy games and even board games, like games where you have to think ahead too many steps, can be overwhelming for my smooth brain ass. Sometimes I feel like, oh, I'm just like not made out for certain things. But I guess it depends on how difficult the game is, or like what you can do with the difficulty settings too. Because if Tactics is accessible for people that aren't deep strategic thinkers, then maybe I would have fun with it after all. Actually, you know what? I know some people that are less strategic than I am that enjoy Tactics. I think maybe I would do okay in that game. Thinking about it. Oh, good. Is that what I smell like via my Prezi narcissism? No. I don't think we've found a narcissist in you, Troa. You care at the same level for most humanity like we care. Maybe I wouldn't hermit myself, but I think you might have good reasons for the hermit life too, so I'm not going to judge you for that. Tactics is one of the best games ever made? Really? Story's incredible. If you like upgrading classes and such, I do like that. Yeah, so I played a much older game. This was old when I borrowed it, so it was just because a friend of mine had it and he thought that I should play this game. It was called Shining Force. It was for the Sega Genesis. And because I had trouble keeping up with modern RPGs. Or modern everything. Sorry, modern games. I was not the kid that could just keep buying new consoles and getting new games for them. So a lot of it came down to I'd be borrowing games from other people, old games from the library, games they had nostalgia for. And somebody had Shining Force 1 and 2 for the Genesis. And I played the ever-loving crap out of those while I was borrowing them. They seemed like a lot of fun. And I think it had that same sort of combat and leveling and upgrading your characters ideas that would eventually go into a game like Tactics. Somebody can fact check me if I'm right or wrong about that. Maybe they're wildly different games, and so I don't know Tactics, but I feel like what I know about Tactics, it's like Shining Force. And I enjoyed Shining Force 1 and 2 a lot. Enough that I wished I had owned the games too, because, it'd be nice to replay them again. Maybe I can emulate them or something down the line. If you had to pick on Final Fantasy job class one Final Fantasy job / class to be IRL, what would you pick and why? Since it's a discourse night, I pitched this one to the audience as well. What do you guys think you would want to be? Me personally, I'm really... If it was a real life thing, who I am at my core is very arcane and witchy and very of service to other people. So it would probably be something along the lines of White Mage, just because there are abilities in White Mage that give you like holy and sleep, and so you do feel kind of like you are some sort of a mage. You do have mage-like capacity to you, but by and large what you're there to do is to be helpful and supportive for other people. And you're not about like the White Mage mythos, I think, in most Final Fantasy games is more about like searching your intuitions and connecting with the spirits of nature and the world around you, and far less to do with like studying forbidden tomes of secret lore and being intellectual like the Black Mage is. Black Mage feels like your D&D wizard type, right? Like go and study old dusty tomes and find the hidden secrets of the universe, whereas White Mage is like unlock connections within you to the world around you, the curative and restorative components of our inner selves and those around us. Yeah, I'm going to say White Mage. And in fact, when I played Final Fantasy XI, my first character, White Mage. Because that's one of those games where you can choose your one character and you can choose your job right out of the gate, right? Not every Final Fantasy works like that, where you have your character, you choose your job. That was one where I could, and I went White Mage. And in Final Fantasy XIV, I made my character on the trial, the free trial, and I picked White Mage. So I guess that does speak to me just in that regard too. Tro says, being spontaneously unconscious limits how safe it is to be out and about. That is true. That is true. But I think you get other personal good vibes for the hermit life too, besides that. Shining Force was a good one too. That was the one with the talking swords, right? I don't remember talking swords in Shining Force. I remember it being like a top-down chess combat sort of game where you had like these big maps. Obviously, it was like prettier than chess because you were fighting in the world of the game environments. But all of your characters had different movements, so some of them could only walk, some could fly. They all moved on a grid, and then you would commit at the end of your movement a certain heal or attack or guard or whatever. And so you had to kind of position your characters in such a way all your characters got a turn, all the enemies got a turn, and then you start at the top of the round again, and your object was to beat the final boss on the other side of the game board. Yeah. I also played Ogre Battle, was it? Which is, I think, a lot nerdier. Shining Force was like pretty light as far as what you had to pay attention to with your character leveling up and upgrading their classes to like a more advanced class and that sort of stuff. There's some nuance to the strategizing of the game outside of just combat. But then Ogre Battle was way, way, way more nuanced. That was another one I didn't own. I didn't own a lot of, and I gamed a lot for somebody that couldn't afford to game because I just had the right friends and connections and made stuff happen. I'll say you get basic gear from the job in class. Yeah, I'll still stay as white mage. I didn't catch the question. Any Final Fantasy job or class comes to life in the real world, IRL. Which one would you pick? You can pick any Final Fantasy class or job, however you want to call it. I feel like red mage, so I could do a bit of everything. Yeah. How are red mages like in... I only really know them from 14, and in 14 they do very little physical combat. So not particularly great at that. Their white mage side is pretty limited. Like, you wouldn't use a red mage as a healer ever. They're like a pinch emergency heal if your healers are dead or incapacitated in some way. And the vast majority of what they do is black mage work. So I don't know if they're balanced. Are they more balanced in other Final Fantasies? Red mage would be more interesting because it gives you both white and dark magic. I also wonder, like, mythos-wise, if that was in real life, if you were that in real life, what do you envision the red mage lifestyle would be like? Because for me, also picking white mage isn't so much about because I get to help people and do some, magics against enemies, but it also is something about like who they are in the Final Fantasy games, like the ability to have more innate abilities, the ability to help heal people with what they have inside of them, or in some Final Fantasies, sort of a communal aspect with the world energies or nature, either nature itself or like the etheric flow of souls under the planet's core, whatever. It's always something like connective and engaging and interpersonal, as opposed to like ancient forbidden knowledge or tomes or reading scrolls or like that sort of thing that I feel like black mage is not. It's interesting to think about, but I don't think I could do that side of magic as a person, as a lifestyle. But I don't know how red mages live. I haven't played Shining Force, but what I didn't like from watching it is how each attack brought you to another screen and took forever for the animations. In Final Fantasy Tactics, most of the movements attacks are quick. Gotcha. I don't remember that part. I believe you that Maybe it was too much like staring at your characters doing the fun thing. Maybe that was just the eye candy for how the game was designed at the time, where they're like, oh yeah, people are really going to want to watch like high level animations of the attacks. Maybe because previous games didn't have that and you just watch them do like a one frame animation on the battlefield to show that they did an attack and that was okay for its time. I don't know. Wasn't there also like a battle chess game that was like that too, where you, as you were playing chess, you also saw that kind of thing happen? You wouldn't just take a piece, you watched your playing piece go and attack the other one, have to sit through an animation of all of that. That guy did not capitulate to stacking. He's new. That's fine. He's new. Oh, but not as bad as just standing in that guy's green blast while you're not a new player. I'd probably be a sage. How do you feel? I've even been playing Sage in Final Fantasy XIV. I don't feel like I understand like the vibe of Sage that well. Maybe I haven't been paying close enough attention to the class quests. But what do you feel like Sage feels like to live the Sage life? The Talking Swords game I was thinking about was Tales of Destiny. I haven't heard of that one. I have Shining Force, but I don't know that one super well. Okay. I feel like Red Mage is someone who can help people with more than just healing. Yeah, I would agree with you there. Uh-oh. Am I going to let people die? Ooh. All right, I probably should be a little more healy than I am. Sorry, guys. They're there for whatever you need, even if they aren't the strongest. They can cover others' weakness or boost people's strengths. I don't feel like that was the scenario, the way that they implemented the job in 14, which is kind of unfortunate. I would like to feel like I was competent as a red mage to do other things besides be a strange sort of black mage that has other stuff black mages can't do. It's just a different sort of feel, like a slightly more utilitarian black mage. But that sounds more interesting to me. Sort of like a switch hitter. Or maybe you're as competent at damage as a black mage, as competent at healing as a white mage, but you just get less of everything. Like your potency is there, but your the kit isn't as interesting because they're compensating for the fact that you could be so many different things. I don't know. Would that be interesting to people? Or is my idea of red mage dumb? Not that interesting for people to want to play that way. Why am I so low in mana? I feel like I'm doing a lot of healing for this fight. Is it maybe the other folks are not as geared, so they're taking more damage from things? That's fine. The Tele version of Sage, though. Tele? All of both black and white magic, near death style ancient. Interesting. And about as reliably physically as the Weatherman. Okay. I don't know that mythos. That sounds kind of cool, though. I could get behind that. Especially the ancient. It sounds kind of vampiric almost. Love battle chess. Okay, I did remember that. Right. I was like, I think there was a game that, I don't know if I made this up or not. I just realized that character's name is Kimberly Possible. Wow. Battle chest was glorious. Brad, how's it going? Hate from Uganda. Are you saying you're a hate viewer? I don't know, being able to control the elements could be used for more than just attacking. That's why I'd pick red mage over just white. Seems cooler. I think it does seem cooler. I just don't know that it speaks to me. But I also, I don't know that I'm that cool. But yeah, just in terms of coolness, I think red mage does sound cooler. Think Avatar? Yeah, that could be fun in that sort of vein. Sage as an archetype has magical ability in both pools of magic, so it comprises both mindsets, both the connection and the search for the deeper arcana. Oh, that's kind of cool. There's weak as white mage and is limited in gear. They're the type that wouldn't be an out of place old man on the mountaintop. Interesting. That could be kind of fun. That might be. I still feel a little bit more white mage than sage, but I think that could be a runner-up calling for me then. Yeah. Tella was in 4. I think I remember the character vaguely. I really ought to play 4 again. If I say I like it as much as I do, it'd be nice to get a refresher on the storyline. Time mage, depending on what you could actually do with it. Oh, sorry, I skipped a few. Summoner might also be cool. I like the notion of summoner. It just doesn't speak to me. I think there's a cool aspect there too. Just especially anything besides Final Fantasy XIV summoner. I find Final Fantasy XIV's summoner to be lackluster, not terrific. Wait, where's all my gear? I got some upgrades and I hadn't messed with that. There we go. Okay. Wait, why is the Lance Raid such a long queue when I'm the adventurer in need? Why is it still 10 minutes queue? That's fine. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV summoner is boring and like neutered, whereas other summoners in previous games I thought were really nuanced and interesting, and I like the concept. I just don't know. I also feel like summoner feels kind of like the magic is more than the person. Like you're almost like a conduit, and it sort of sets aside your identity in the matter. What you're special for is the fact that you're like a door for other creatures, and sort of puts you aside, which I don't think I would like, but it's badass. He was a very cantankerous one with a disdain for spoony bards. Did they say spoony bards in 4? I thought it was an older game meme. I know the spoony bard quote, but I don't remember where it's from. Time mage, depending on what you could actually do with it. Whenever somebody asks me what superpower I want, I always say time, because I feel like if you have the power to manipulate time, you have everything over everybody else. No one else can do anything if you can control time. You're stronger than everybody else. You can do all the things you want to do. You can basically make yourself immortal with the right kind of time management or magic. Unless somebody starts to say, you could do time magic, but there's limits. Like you could stop time, but you can't stop aging. So then if I like stopped time and worked on something for 5 years, I would essentially be losing 5 years off my life that everybody else would, be younger than me. Then that there are ways to make time magic suck. But if I had, perfect time magic where shit like that didn't happen, like I could live in stasis when time was in stasis, but still be able to move around and do shit. I can't think of a better power than that. Super speed, jumping, punching, turning rubber, shape changing, evoking an element. Nothing compares. Nothing compares. I didn't want to do this one as DPS. I didn't want to be a level 100 DPSer because I don't really remember Black Mage. Black Mage Kit recently changed a little bit, and I didn't want to be responsible for doing good damage at a very high level. But that's okay. Hopefully the other people here will float me. Please just float me. I'd picked red mage because I liked helping any way I can, even if I'm not necessarily the best option. Aw, that does kind of speak to you as a IRL person. I like that. Hillowith, my friend. You have a good quest. Thank you. You as well. May your bread be plentiful and your waist size not show it. I have no idea what I'm so streamer brained right now. Don't believe me. I'm just kidding. You can believe me all you want. How do I get... Is there no way to do AoE and get stacks of whatever, umbral ice? So I can use them on fire. I'm already like abysmal DPS because I'm like, wait, how do I do a AoE rotation on this character again? Who am I targeting? I was trying to target enemies and it was not working. Also, the fact that there's no longer a counter for my ice and fire stances is like really messing with my brain really badly. There's a bard in 4, but I liked him a lot. Tella goes ham on Edward after Anna dies and throws out that gem. Gotcha. At least I know the mechanics of these fights, so even if I'm inept, I will at least be inept in a way where I'm not letting myself die. Know what I mean? I think casting both of those lower level ices is a waste. Oh, move. Go for it. Do your thing. Took her forever. Yeah, I don't know how my rotation's supposed to be now that I'm not concerned about time. Alright, I'm moving. Oh, I have another ability here that I don't remember having. Time magic with the limit that everything is frozen, including oxygen and light? Well, that's rude. You can still move around, but breathing and seeing no longer works. How do you live?
By the light of the dawn.
Oh no. Please don't step on me. Yeah, how would you even survive in that world then? Toady, hi and welcome.
Oh, we're just getting started.
I liked Edward too. You know, in real life, if I could say that I've done anything with my time on this planet, it would be a bard.
I'm right as the mail.
Thank you, Toady. I was like, you're here and you're not giving me self-care?
Man, is that all? And I was just working up an appetite.
Thank you. I will take your self-care as I can. Uh-oh. Out to in or into out? Into out.
Still kicking? 'Cause so am I.
In that case, you could still likely still have an advantage by slowing time rather than stopping. There you go.
You ready for
Things would just get dim for you, right? And you'd start to suffocate. It still sounds pretty awful.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
It's only going to be 2. I know it's only going to be 2. There it is. She like never does 3 and 3 or 2 and 2. It's always
This should do it.
it's always like 2 and then 3 or then 3 and then 2.
Take this and that and one of these. Now we're having a party. Time to get serious.
I don't know why all I have all of these triggerables now then if I'm not resetting a timer.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
My damage isn't terrible.
Wait for it.
I also feel like I don't really know my kit anymore. Yeah.
You can't
I
stop
feel
the flood
lost.
of mortal
With the
existence.
DPS class I wanted to be best at, I'll just have to do some research. See how it is other people play this
That
now.
was a good one. I'm not done yet.
Alright. I did okay, I think.
This wasn't
I could do better.
A bow to pick with this one.
Speed of light is so fast the slowing time wouldn't affect you that much, I think. Yeah, Stuart. Speed of time or speed of light. Speed of time, dumb. Speed of light's not that malleable. There's a character in My Hero Academia that has a phasing ability who has the same stipulations. Oxygen and light just pass through his lungs and optical nerves when he turns his power on. Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah. Ah, the floor. Don't step in lava. I should be building up Umbral Hearts while I can. I'm dumb. Oh, also I'm using the wrong, I shouldn't be using Xeno, I should be using whatever it's called, Foul. I'm waste of DPS right now. Everybody just carry me, please. While I figure out the same kit I've played for forever, but it's different.
On your guard.
Same but different.
Something up ahead. Something big.
The character also kind of looks like Vault Boy from Fallout. Vault Boy? Pip Boy?
A dragon. But surely it's no match for you.
Yeah, having been a professional musician as many years as I have and not saying bard, I feel a little bit bad. There's a good part of my life I've been bard. I also wonder if, though, being bard would be what I am at my core. We want to get underneath them. Oh, no, we don't. That was bad. I'm also dazed. I remembered this. Remembered what I'm supposed to be doing wrong. Offensive posture. That's the one. That's the one where we should be over here. I should just be following other people. I feel especially not streamer brained. You know, I didn't say this at the preamble. Sometimes I forget to give you my whole, like, how my day was kind of thing. Because I just don't think in terms of catching you up with the boring stuff in my life. But I also have to remember it's not necessarily boring for everybody involved. Some of you want to learn that kind of stuff about me. Oh, that's a tail thing, isn't it? Shit. Move. Today, it's already the next day. I shouldn't say today. Yesterday, just before I started the stream, it was kind of yesterday in my brain, was the Little's birthday. She's turned 6. I don't want to stand on the tank buster, thank you. And so just getting from one thing to the next over the course of yesterday was tiring, but a lot of fun. It's nice to see. Feel like we're doing a pretty good job because she seems to be having a nice childhood. But also, when kids have a fun birthday, it usually means that their adults in their life had a lot of logistics to manage. And we did. A big part of that is for those of you that follow both my community and Oz's, you might have seen this already. Oh god, I don't want to get hit by that. Is Oz's mom is in town and staying with us, which is awesome. She's basically the only mom of anybody I'd ever dated in my entire dating history that likes me. Or that has ever liked me. I'm not saying I'm an unlikable person when it comes to dating your daughter, but yeah, I think I'm saying that. I probably have made a bad reputation of myself with previous dating partners. I'm gonna shoot something. Yes, he is. But Oz's mom and I get along, and I'm really happy that she's in town. I think the crotch goblins are going to have a lot of fun, and just generally really enjoy her presence and engagement with them. Oh, what did I get hit by? I got spooked. I didn't know you could get spooked. Wait, everybody's going this way. Why is everybody going this way? Offensive posture. What are we doing? Oh, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He did. That also meant, and part of the reason why I'm not treadmilling, by the way, for those of you that are keeping score this year, my treadmill score is pretty low. The reason I didn't do it today is because basically got almost no sleep before my stream. Oz's mom came in late not late, just later in the day. Actually, her flight came in early. So we needed to do present opening and everything. And then we were a little bit late getting dinner and everybody. And then we were like, kind of like midway through getting dinner and everybody, at the point where we needed to stop eating and hurry up and go get Oz's mom. I was like, oh crap, everything's like stacking on top of each other. And then picking her up from the airport and getting back, that was really exciting for the littles. And so it was really hard to get them to wind down for bed. And then being hard to wind down means I don't get to sleep as early as I should so that I'm good for my stream. So I don't think I have streamer brain so much as I had today was too impacted before my stream brain. But I'm excited. She'll be here with us for a week. I will probably be streaming my normal schedule essentially every day. I don't know about Oz, if her streaming schedule is going to change as a result of being engaged with family. Maybe should get her mom on stream. I don't know if that's going to happen, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I sort of understand. So I think your objective at level 100 is to get the flare, the 6-point star for fire out. And the only way to really do that is by a certain combination of skills. You're not doing it on a timer anymore, but you are sort of building up a really long combo meter. So I guess it feels, unfortunately, a little closer to a lot of the other jobs that also don't have timers on them. But it's fine. I don't mind it. I'm not doing awful, I think.
This should be interesting.
Max's parents have all loved me. Well, you're more lovable. I might be in a lovable arc now. I might be in an arc of my life now where you imagine that who I am is acceptable by many. But I can tell you that not only am I not everybody's cup of tea today, but that younger versions of me were even less so. My previous version numbers were not terrific. Ugh. Turn away from that eye. Got to get away from that, but we got to get close to the circle. There's the circle. This is all very important, matters a whole heck of a lot more than doing damage. If I don't survive, I don't get to do the damage. If I survive, I get to do the damage. Which makes sense. Their sons had to have picked up their terrible taste somewhere. Yikes. Alright, this is going to spin this way. We might as well build up ice stacks while we're running like this. Uh-oh. I guess just pick one and step on it. Have mom co-host? I think so. I think that would be, you know, I don't know that she... I don't know. She seems very extroverted and easy to talk to a camera or a group of people or anything. But I don't know if that's true. When people get in front of a camera, they're different. You know? I don't want to say... Well, I definitely wouldn't say without her consent, but I don't know if I'd want to say that because I know her in the flesh, that I would know her on camera, if that makes sense. People do get really different when it's a camera and when they think about who all is on the other side of that camera. Oh, what's knocking me up? I got hit by something that made me pop into the air and take vulnerability stack. I don't know all the mechanics. I haven't done this fight as DPS, actually, now that I think about it. At least on Oz's stream. Yeah, I don't think she'd... Oz's space behind her feels more... it's just like a nicer place to hang out. Whereas where I am, there really isn't a good place for people to be. Which is also like whenever Oz comes over here to say hi to you all through my camera, I'm always kind of looking at her like, when are you going to leave? And it's not that I want to get rid of her. It's that this place isn't comfortable to like hang out in. So I know inevitably she's going to nope out at some point, hanging out with in this space.
What's wrong, Doug? Nothing, nothing.
Thanks, Toadie. I still haven't really finished your last self-care because I'm still in the same instance. I'm doing a lot here, okay? I will self-care when I can, which will probably be after we beat the last boss. So that's about what I could do. Okay, so this one does not build flare or star, whatever it's called, at all. I should take opportunities like that to be building up Umbral Ice. Ugh.
You shall be consumed by the cowardice that
So much running around. I should be comfortable with running around, though. That's part of what a black mage needs to know how to do. Just keep the damage up while moving a lot. those are tanks. That's a tank thing only. Oh, never mind. That's it.
Well fought.
That's all they wrote.
Companions well.
The Mother of Oz on stream. Mother of Oz. Is that formally what Oz calls her on stream? Mother of Oz. I like it. That should be her title if it's not already. I was trying to find a good clip from My Hero to show off the character, but without context, they don't hit as hard. Yeah, I'd believe that. I think it's hard to talk about, especially like long form anime, manga, stories, sagas, even stuff like Steven Universe with minimal context. You'd have to sit there and probably explain way more than the person you're talking to is invested to get a point across that probably doesn't land that hard when you're done with your explanation. I've heard it a million times. I often attract people in the enjoying of anime avenue, enjoying of pen and paper RPGs avenue, sci-fi, fantasy, and there are some things that when you're passionate about it because you've consumed a certain world build or medium, and you want to try to impart your excitement to somebody else, your transmission of that never hits the same way. Two people that have both enjoyed the same consumption can share in its details, but if one person's agnostic or out of that loop, it never hits as hard for that person to hear you explain it. It's just a cold, sad fact. So the answer is you have to twist people's arms to get them engaged in also consuming what you've enjoyed.
The land trembles before my might.
There we go. That's kind of ideal, doing it that way.
Frail mortals, I will tear your flesh and crush.
Okay, I don't like having to mind the Giga Slashes while I'm also a slow cast person. But, oh yeah, I took big damage on that one, damn it. It does mean I can use that time to do the Umbral Icing shift phase? Maybe. One of those is going to grow big. There we go.
Flames of hatred.
Yeah, it's a lot chiller now, but I don't have the whole vibe
Man but smoke and
for this job anymore. I'm just missing the whole cadence. Uh-oh. Also, why is everybody over here? What are you all doing on this side? Oh, somebody got knocked into the goo. The purple goo.
your demise shall portend the extinction of
Oh,
Altana's vile
we're all on the right side.
progeny.
Okay. Where's this one safe? There. I feel like as long as somebody else is paying more attention than I am, I can survive those things.
Shall devour you all.
Just wanted to show some of the creative ways the dude uses his power. It's one of my favorite aspects of My Hero, the unique ways you could use a power. I like that. I think with how many superhero stories there are in our collective mythos, that we really do need to think about how to address those stories in different novel ways.
Full strivings, giving
Otherwise, it's just like, you know, if somebody's super strong and almost impervious to everything, how do you tell a story that hasn't already been told at that point? If somebody has ice or fire powers, what could you say that hasn't already been addressed by previous characters with those abilities? You know, now the conversation is, what do you do to make yourself different and special in a world where everybody has already seen so much? Oh, here we go again. Left, right, forward. It's the left, the right, and the forward. One point he uses permeation. Permeation? To put his hand through someone's head? Yikes. Hang tight. Hard to read and do just this one mechanic specifically. There's so much attention you need to pay to too many different parts of the map. I just got rid of Astral Star before I needed to. That sucks. Uh-oh.
Can your vaunted justice withstand the brunt of the deepest rancor and wrath?
Put his hand through someone's head to blind them while he follows up with a better aimed kick. Oh, that's badass. He no clips, that's his power. Yeah, pretty much. Just phases through the head to block the guy's eyesight. That feels pretty OP. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. I feel like nothing spawned here, right? Oh, something did. Poop. I'm in trouble. I'm gonna get hit by two of these. Yeah, I'm super dead. What happened?
Troa says hi, just subscribe.
Troa. No sub message? What happened?
I will not fall. I will keep coming back until the fires of wrath consume me.
I'll catch up to that in just a moment here. Make sure I survive this fight first. Alright. Do like this. One of these. One of these. And one more. Goes right into this mechanic. Go right, left, back. All right, cool. Did the thing. Okay. What happened? Where's the bottom of this chat window and why can't I see it? There it is. Subbed with Prime. 29 months. It shows up. It's kind of annoying. It shows up in my OBS chat, but not in my. I have like a multi-chat thing that I use for. I will save the game. I use a multi-chat tool through my streamer bot to let me see all the chats, and it doesn't show how many months you subbed on that, which sucks. I wish it did. Wait, do I need this hat? That's level 720. I have a 740 hat. I do not need the hat, but I will greet it because I can turn it into something. Oh, there it is. Man, that took forever to go through on the other chat. It was just lagged for some reason. 29 months. 2 years, 5 months. Time is flying. I don't know for you, but it's flying for me. That's crazy. Thank you so much for so many years of support. Couldn't do this without you. And the rest of you guys too. His power sounds OP when he uses it that way, but like I said, it has limitations in a world where someone has the power to say the name of a person, place, or thing she's made contact with and then can make new rules about it. Oh, interesting. She makes it so air becomes solid as a rock around someone and then makes the rule that if the person moves, his heart will stop. That's insane. Baldur's Gate updated the other day. Now the PC players can no longer evade me. What do you mean by evade? The PC... Oh, meaning that you can play with... Are you saying it's cross-platform? Wonder how console mods will work with the PC. There are mods for console. I mean... Yeah, I'm curious. Ah, it's crossplay. Cool. Everybody said it would be a game that I would like very much. That's just not in the budget right at the moment. The worst part, the budget breaking part, as you probably have seen. I try not to smash stream goals in everybody's face all the time, but I put up a stream goal for the very nice, very effective production lighting that replaced the Razer light, which was great at the time it was purchased for me. They did the research and found a good one based on the reviews at the time. Thank you for the lurk, Jam. Since this ring light has been out for a while, the reviews on it have been that the electronics within the wiring specifically dies before its time, or really before the light's time. Usually, if you buy a nice light, you'd expect the light to die first, well before the wires and everything else, you know, the physical hardware components of the tech. And mine suffered the same fate, and I didn't want to spend money on new lighting because I felt like once I got lights, you got lights, and then the lights work, and the lights, you just have lights. That's not the case. So my budget, which could have been used for other things, is used for replacing lighting. Yeah. I was going to ask if Oz wanted to try it. I imagine she would. I think she would get a kick out of that game. And she owns it. I got a PlayStation 2 for my birthday, considering playing Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Don't own 3, though. That's awesome. From what I remember, PS2 is one of those that had, like, just a whole slew of amazing titles, right? I think, like, the PlayStation 1 was sort of still, like, a test as to what they could do and who they were going to get on board for it. But by the time PS2 came out, a whole bunch of exclusives came out for that console that really made it meaningful. I've never bought a PlayStation. but yeah, I hear that's a great one. I haven't tried mods yet in crossplay doing vanilla with the new subclasses. So what kind of mods do you mod, Stuart? I got a swarm of moths and I love it. That sounds buggy. Thanks, Jam. I appreciate your face. Jam. Oh, if you're still here, let me know that you're still here because I have a Jam story. If not, I hope they're sleeping well. Well, Ms. Salty Bones. That's a name I haven't seen raid my direction in quite some time because of our schedules. It was often me raiding you. Welcome on in. Hi, everybody. Good to see you. It's been a long time. Do a big, long time coming shout out for Ms. Salty Bones. Friend of stream, definitely go check them out. If you like spooky, dark, creepy vibes, I often give off, you will love her streams. Oh, this is an epic moment.
No fucking way. I'm here for it. It's Capricorn. That's the fucking devil, dude.
That's epic.
Hey, yo, yeah. Alright, no, I'm busy.
Leave me alone, Skilly. Yes, please go drop her some love. Everything that is horror and dark and wonderful in this world that motivates me and keeps me going. My vampiric self. That's embodied in Salty. Welcome on in, everybody. If you have to do the self-care thing, you've been avoiding medicating, eating, showering, sleep. I don't know what sleep is, but if you have to do that thing, then do it and then tell me how it went, because I'm doing a research project on why people sleep and what good that's for. I'm just kidding. I don't sleep. I don't sleep these days. Please do the self-care things. You don't have to stay, but if you're gonna stay, lurk, hang out, enjoy. We're just doing Final Fantasy 14 daily sort of stuff. I'm getting close to having all jobs to level 100, so I'm just doing that grind tonight. Our topic tonight that we're discussing is the part of you that would not really be well received by most people, so you hide it away and you don't really talk about it or share it, but you're going to share it tonight on stream. You don't have to, but you can if you want, as long as your name's not doxable and your family finds out all the secrets that you told us here on stream tonight. That was a real epic moment. Hell yeah. Anytime something that huge comes into a game, you got to do it right, especially if it's going to be the devil. You better make it be a big, impactful moment like that. That gave me chills a little bit. Where were we with all this stuff? Baldur's Gate. Oh man, how far back did I lose track of chat? Sorry, you guys. What's the new subclass? Oh, Ranger Swarmkeeper in Baldur's Gate. It's also on the Switch. Super rough gameplay, but fun story. I don't know if I play a game like that on Switch. I'm doing Swarmkeeper. I think the current party, me and my mate, are doing Swarmkeeper, Arcane Archer, Fighter, Circle of Stars Druid, and Path of Giant Barbarian. Do you all know what that stuff is? I don't. I've never played Baldur's Gate. These are all just words to me. Got a hard drive and set up stuff with it. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. I needed an internal hard drive, had a spare external one, and I found out with certain models of external hard drive, it's just a fancy internal hard drive with an adapter. I think that's true, right? Hard drives just are hard drives, but some of them come with a beautiful case they sit in. And so they're like, it's an external, but inside is just like the same stuff you'd find in a computer. My external was one of those, so I cracked it open with a screwdriver and got it out. Perf. Baldur's Gate 3 has official mods. Oh, interesting. Expand party limit, add free custom cosmetics, classes, races, items. One that changes the name of one NPC to Bone Daddy. Nice. I'm 12. Can't forget the Withers Milkers mod. Do I need to know what Withers Milkers means? I don't think my name is doxable. Is it? I don't know. I haven't done a cyber. If anybody wants me to try to cyber stalk them, I will. And I have some of you anyways, because I'm a curious person. I like to know who you are. But if anybody wants like a free cyber stalking service that's not done on stream, I'd be happy to let you know how vulnerable you are. I've had folks do it for me sometimes too. Like, oh, hey, you know, you had a friend cross-post this on one of their platforms or whatever. We found this out about you. And it's helped me, like, shore up the stuff that I've put out online. Especially, I mean, like, So my background, obviously coming from Hollywood, so I have more than just socials. I also have like branding pages and stuff. I'm on IMDb. Like I'm kind of heavily searchable. I'm not big enough to be on like Wikipedia levels of big, but like enough that you can find a pretty sizable wraparound of my life and the things that I believe and say and I'm connected to, like all there on the internet. So I have to do some damage control to keep keep my personhood intact to some level. Yeah. And plus streaming on so many multiple platforms too, right? So for those of you, if you're rating in and you're new to the channel, we do multi-stream here. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Trovo, Instagram, and YouTube twice because I like YouTube so much. I give them 2 streams. No, actually, I stole this idea from other people much nerdier and smarter than me, that you can stream to YouTube in horizontal and in vertical, and it will get to people's devices the way they want to see it then. Because watching a horizontal stream on a phone, not everybody wants to hold their phone sideways. You know, some people really do like the vertical streaming experience. I see it on TikTok. I see it on Instagram. Instagram only lets you stream in vertical. So I've already made a vertical version of the stream to stream on Instagram. And I figured, why not send it to YouTube as well so that I meet you where you are instead of you having to do whatever it is to, you know, get the stream looking how you want on your end. I just try to do more of the work for you on my end. And it doesn't take a lot. It takes setup, but then once it's set up, it's done. And if any of you are streamers and want to know how to do some multi-streaming, I know some great resources to point you to, and have probably run into any problems that you run into along the way. So if there's an issue that you uncover, chances are I'd already torn my hair out and did 50 Google searches about it and can probably fix it up for you. Those are all just D&D subclasses that you may not know about. I did not keep up with all the new D&D stuff. I played some versions of D&D in my past, and then since it keeps changing and growing and doing more with that world, I have not stayed up with it. Do a level cap dungeon as Astro. My username is just my name, so I imagine it wouldn't be that hard. Yeah, I mean, Stuart's in the same boat. Any of us who are just like first name, last name people, I know it's boring to go that direction online, but at the same time, it kind of depends on, you know, what you do with your life. 2 reasons why me having a first name, last name branding made sense. One is, like, when I got into acting, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't necessarily believe that I was going to be a certain type of presenter or only talk about or do one type of content online besides acting. So when I made my first, like, professional email accounts and when I first started making YouTube videos back in 2014, I sort of had this idea that I could change my mind at any moment. And so if I made my YouTube account and it was like sick Call of Duty plays, you know, and then I stopped playing Call of Duty. I never play Call of Duty, but it's just a, you know, dumb example. Sick Call of Duty plays, that was the name of the channel. Then what happens if you stop playing that game, or you just want to do something else, or you like grow up and you get serious about, oh, what I want to be a political YouTuber. You could always go and change your name for stuff, but if people know you by a certain brand and they want to search you up later, you want to make sure that that brand like speaks to you. And so I did a bit of research, and at the time, I feel like a lot of content creators that were big were learning this, and they started to make channels that were literally just their name. So then the other side of it is, if you do that kind of thing, if your name and your brand are like the same thing, you just have to make sure that what you do on the internet is safe. if you're an unsafe computer user, do the things that make you safe, right? Use Tor, use private everything that you can. VPN if you really got to go into dicey territory, or just be like me and the most complex and controversial things I do are the stuff that comes out of my mouth. So I don't do weird stuff on the computer. I'm just very vanilla when it comes to my usage of being online. And the real controversy and hate usually comes from what comes out of my mouth. So I'm not beyond having negative things online about me, but they're all stuff that I've done to myself by just speaking my mind or taking a hard stance on something and then having people be upset about it later. Oh, that's not entirely true. Instagram, for some reason, a recent post that I made, because I've been posting like short form clips of our live streams where it's like a highlight kind of moment in our community. I posted one and Instagram fed it to a bunch of people. Like wide algorithm must have hit the right hashtag or something, way more than I'm used to hitting, like 1,000 more or whatever. 33% more people. And a bunch of people dogpiled on and were like, what the hell? What is this doing in my feed? I'm like, what comes up in your feed has more to do with you than with me. So if I end up in your feed and you don't like what you hear, that's your own damn fault for telling Instagram by your use of the app, hey, I'm into this shit. And then you get me. That means you're into me. If I'm up in your feed, that means you like it. But yeah, like a bunch of people in the comments were like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? I don't want to watch this. I'm like, I don't tell Instagram what to put on your phone. My first and last name don't really pop up anything of mine, but if you add my middle name, it does. That's weird. How does that happen? My first and last name popped up a fella a few towns over and some guy with very questionable opinions from the UK. That's probably better. That sounds like you're basically internet anonymous. And I mean, if you're not building a brand, if you're not trying to do something with your own name, you're probably better off for it.
To the memories of better days, I bid farewell.
When you type my full 3 names, it pops up a bunch of stuff I made. Oh, I mean, that's kind of hip. You're known as a famous crafter then. Probably not hard to find if you search my full name, all parts of it are actual names. Most double as first and last names, so it's a whole lot of clutter. Yeah, that's problematic. Maybe you would go by a stage name or something then, if you ever did want fame. I don't know that most people necessarily want fame. Most people are cool being an anonymous being in a big, wide internet of mostly annoying and bullying people anyways that are just seeking to hurt each other in the most novel ways possible because they hide behind their screen names and the fact that you can't punch them when they say rude things to you. That's the internet. If we ever did a group playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, it might be fun to treat it like a real D&D session and RPR characters. I'd be down. I think at some point when you play a game that's been streamed by, hundreds, thousands of other people, you want to do something to make yours special. Find the thing that you do different than everyone else.
If I smile, it is because
If all you're literally doing when you play a game is give your sort of like emotional reaction to playing the game without any deeper critique or sharing something specific to you, then I don't know why they wouldn't just pull up a YouTube Let's Play of what you're doing and watch that instead, if that makes sense. Like streaming, people are really there for you, hopefully. Now that what you are on that stream could be different. It might not be your personality, It might be that they're there because of your skill at a game too, right? Like you're a really great speedrunner. So what comes out of your mouth is probably not that crazy. But they want to learn something about the game that other people just can't do, but you can. But I would argue, by and large, most people that stream, they're not like the best at a game. It's probably more a personality thing. Yeah. That's not necessarily true. Like on Facebook, I kept getting Leah Thomas hate posts, and maybe I interacted with one, but they kept coming. It's like, Facebook, shut up. I don't want to say this. Maybe that is. Maybe Meta's just really shitty at algorithm. So they'll feed you whatever. Stuff that they think is important that that you really would love to opt out, but you don't have control of the algorithm like they do. Is this even a boss fight? This is a boss, right? It feels like a boss, but it also feels like it's not doing anything interesting at all. It just has more health than other things we were fighting. It's not a boss. It's just one enemy with a lot of health for some reason. Oh yeah, this is our first boss. I remember this guy. I don't like this guy. My first, like, 3 times fighting this boss, I just, I moved too slow. I wasn't getting the mechanics. Or I was getting it, but I was slow at it. Alright. Get through my rotation. Foreign entity removal initiated. What does that mean? I don't remember this one. Oh, right. I do remember this one. You gotta get in or out of the various AoEs ASAP. Oh, that wasn't ASAP. That was dumb. Okay, I got 2 stacks of vulnerability. I do know what I'm doing. I just forget. I guess that would be the same thing as I don't know what I'm doing. Oh my. Oh, don't want that one. There we go. Now it looks like I know what I'm doing. I still have 3 stacks of vulnerability though, so my skill only goes so far. Sorry, I have to focus face on the bosses here because I don't remember this place that well. And then we'll catch up with chat. Back over this way. Did I do it? Am I winning, son? I think so. I got stuff that they all succumb to. Now who's got the bone stacks? Just kidding, that's rude. It was literally, I was the worst bean in the beginning. I'm just remembering sort of the cadence of this fight now. That does not make me the best bean. It could work well because even if someone can't join, whoever's hosting the game can still use their character. Interesting. All right. Done.
You are my people, and I will protect you.
Yeah, I think I only did this dungeon maybe 3 times. When I said, like, oh, I think I died really bad to that boss 3 times, I think I've only done this whole dungeon 3 times. Uh-oh. I like the level design here, though. It's really cool. Yeah, every once in a while, somebody would send me a message or a screenshot and show me something where it was like what I thought I did that was safe and good on the internet was indeed not. I was like, oh, whoops. Yeah, that was probably really stupid of me. So I've learned over the course of other people weighing in, you know, what is like better to share and not share on the internet. I'm not dangerous when it comes to internet stuff. Like, we don't post pictures of the outside of our house, or especially like, you know, places that we go nearby. We're not like lifestyle bloggers anyway, so I don't see a big loss in you all not being exposed to the restaurants we go to or the local parks. That just, there's lots of stuff that I'm like, it's fine that you're not that involved in my life. Plus the sort of streamer that you are kind of dictates what kind of content that you do. And I've never been the whole like wake up in the morning, stare at my selfie cam and tell you something about like how I'm feeling first thing in the morning, and then when I'm brushing my teeth, and then, you know, how I prepare my breakfast. And I think that's for some people, but I also don't feel like that's usually for education, information, sharing ideas, and getting better at your life. Could be. It could be. But I feel like if you're watching somebody make breakfast, you're not necessarily learning as much about how to do breakfast differently for yourself. You're probably more watching somebody on like a fetish level. Like, I just wanna feel like I can look in your windows in your house and do it virtually, so I don't get called a peeping Tom. Maybe at some point I will enter a phase in my life where I don't even care about that, though. Be like, you know what? Join me at every moment of my life, because what does it matter? If you're interested and I don't care, why not build a brand off of that? And then if anything comes out on the internet that doxes me, I wouldn't care, because I will have doxed myself a million times over. Right. That's something for that. Which is boss number 2? I don't remember this guy either. Do I really not remember almost anything about this whole dungeon? Well, that's easy enough. You just don't stand where they draw the shape. Oh. Damn. Stood right in. I hopped into that of my own accord. Better not die. Energy accumulates in the electrode. We've got wall things and floor things. and anti-stack things. Lovely. This guy just has us in all different directions. Oh, I didn't expect those to go that way. I guess as long as you're not standing orthogonally on those points, you're fine. I knew a couple in San Diego that live broadcast their entire home online. I knew that that used to happen back in olden times, but it seems weird that it would still happen. Like, I almost feel like we've learned more about the internet. Oh, poop. I'm in trouble. All right, I'm not in that much trouble. We're all a little hurty. It got really messy eventually, but it was entertaining at first. Maybe in the messiness, that's part of the entertainment. Like, you almost want to watch somebody who's willing to share at that level just to see what happens if they do. It's almost like NASCAR, right? Like, there are some people who watch NASCAR because they're curious about the sport of racing, the nuance to driving a car at those speeds, and the pit crew and all that kind of stuff is fascinating to those people. But I'd wager there's a good chunk of folks that watch NASCAR just to see the crazy crashes, just to see what happens when things go terribly wrong. And I think that's probably going to be the same thing with like a life vlogger. Like, okay, I don't mind watching you brush your teeth 50 different streams, but I'd really like to see you get in a fight with your partner, or have some sort of a health crisis or something. Like, you know, give us something down and dirty. What's that song? Dirty Laundry. It's like an old 80s song. Forget who it's by. This would have been in the early 2000s. That seems like a perfect time to make for somebody to make huge mistakes in the world of oversharing their entire life. Some people do this with their whole families too, right? Like, it's not illegal to blog your kids' lives who couldn't possibly consent, right? But you just you film everything about them, and you're punishing them when they're doing poorly, their goofy and unfortunate moments, the cringe parts of their life. It's all there on stage for everybody to see forever, right? Some people film like little kids' bath time, whatever. They try to make it censored and stuff, but you have all that perpetually forever. And the kid is a kid. They couldn't possibly consent, right? That to me is crazy. No, it's not crazy that people would do it. I feel like people are desperate enough that they would do anything to get their clout, to get their YouTube channel to perform above other people. They'll do whatever it takes to differentiate themselves on the market. Be like, well, you know, you've seen lifestyle bloggers, but you ain't seen anybody do this dumb thing we're about to do. But what's more wild to me is that we don't have more rigorous laws against what a kid can have up online. Because they don't have the same faculties to consent, right? Dirty Laundry was Don Henley at first, but it's been remade numerous times. My favorite is probably by Lisa Marie Presley. Oh, interesting. Okay, I vaguely remember this fight, but I also think the last time I fought this fight, I died, and then the DPS both died, and then we just watched the tank kill it the rest of the way, which took forever. So all I have to do is not die, and I'll feel successful. I feel like I've done something with my life tonight. Oh god. There's a hand and a sword we have to be mindful of now. Okay, that's not terrible. You just gotta pay attention to which side of the body the sword is on. And which part of the level the hand is on. Oh, that's different though. And then an anti-stack. I hate it. Everybody stack up. Everybody move away. Everybody stack up. Really? Rude. How dare you make us tap dance like this? Alright. Then there's a bunch of lightning stuff. What is this? Oh, is this just DPS check? That's easy enough. Are we? Yep. I just saw it at the last second. We're also minding everything around us, too. Good thing my job is just to heal everybody. Oh. Another anti-stack. Are we gonna make it? Did we do the thing in time? Ah, we're fine. Oh, that took a lot of damage, actually. That guy really dished it out. Now, it should just be a repeat of everything else, right? I think. We've seen everything. Wait, what's that one? Oh. Anti-stack plus a push. Oh, this guy gonna die. And he died. Because I didn't heal him. It's my bad. Big triangles. Oh, not triangles. Okay. They're like AoEs that, oh, whoops. Oops, oops, oops. Kind of misstep there. Somebody heal me. Oh, that's me. I'm the healer. I'm like that. We gotta stand here and dodge the thing. And, oh. Well, what did I say? The one thing I needed to do in this fight was live. We do have a reser among our DPS, at least. Otherwise, this could have been us, not a wipe, but just staring at the tank kill everything. The meta of this particular patch is that the tank can survive anything. Well, that guy rezzed me. At least I can do is res him back. What are these fire things? Oof. Okay, that's not terrible. Oh, I still missed the mechanic. If you get hit by it, you get a dot, which that part sucks. Okay, dodge 3 things. You gotta get in this corner. Oh no, it wasn't. I messed up which corner it was. Just when I thought I'm better at the mechanics, I am not. Crap. What was that? We need to res the red mage twice? Sure. I'd be happy to. Let's do lots and lots of res. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Oh my gosh, can't believe we did it. It's been a spell since I was touched Paladin. Not sure why I'm having a bit of issue with it. They seemed like they were fine. I'm reading group chat now for the first time since mostly I'm staring at stream chat instead. Well, that was rough. Yeah, I think it was the Don Henley song that I had in mind. I don't think I've ever heard one of the other remakes of that. All right. High level. These ones we do not need to be max level. So we can start leveling up other jobs here. That was fast. I think the nefarious thing about streaming your kids' lives is it's less that they can't escape having their stuff online and that they don't have the consent. Those are bad. Those are bad issues. But I think the worst of it is that clout and analytics and numbers and all that kind of stuff, it incentivizes you to create scenarios, to fabricate scenarios in which you will generate the traffic. Most people's lives are fairly boring. So when it comes down to generating the numbers that you really need in order to be a successful content creator, if you don't have it by other nature of who you are, just the concept of being a human being on this planet, that's not good enough, then you need to make stuff up. And what worse thing to do to your family than to make stuff up that's going to be, I don't know, negatively, harmfully impacting them just for the sake of views. And then having that be online forever. I saw one. It wasn't, I didn't watch this person's channel, but it was somebody was doing like a video essay on family vloggers, and they said that they needed to get rid of the family dog, and they told their kid, but it was a prank. They didn't need to get rid of the family dog. They just wanted to film the kid's reaction. And then they're like, oh, it's just a joke. It's a prank. We pranked you. We pranked you for this video. Nothing but a prank. We're keeping the dog after all. It's gross. It looks like it's been remade even this year. I just Googled to find a YouTube of the Lisa Marie one. Oh, popular song. I guess it just doesn't... The concept of us chasing dirty, awful forms of content creation, it's endemic to us as a species. Oh. Wait, do these ones move? I forget. They don't move, but they do a long blast. So if you don't move, you probably die. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. Oh man, this guy, he walked right into it. Oh, I walked right into it. I'm the dumb. I see. The middle guy was actually moving the whole time. Sass, hi and welcome. How go the Linux escapades? I feel like a while back you told me you were looking into doing all sorts of like what's the word? Bespoke, specialized Linux ideas. We crave the shitpost for its comedic value against reality. I guess I feel like it hurts, but at the same time, many of us want to feel like, one, we want to see hurtful stuff like that get punished. So sometimes shitposting is about watching people come to justice. And or two, it's also like about feeling better than somebody else. Like you go, well, yeah, I'm a piece of shit human, but at least I didn't do this, or at least I'm not as bad as this guy. I really liked this dungeon. We're like in a big arboretum. And it's just got a neat vibe to the whole place. It feels very organic in here. Oh god. This guy's gonna die because I'm not pumping him full of crazy heals. I didn't think we were doing so bad on keeping up with all the damage these things are doing. I also didn't think we were in an area where the enemies hurt so bad either, though. Alright. Let's get dots on everything. The more things we do damage to, the easier it is to keep this guy up in heals, too. Maybe also we should get rid of the poisons. That's not always the case. Sometimes it's just easier and better to ignore dots and other stuff and focus on direct healing. But some poisons are insidious. They do a lot more damage than just the little debuff icon indicates. Yeah, I do feel like maybe the big problem with the lack of regulation or making things illegal regarding children's autonomy online, what they should or shouldn't be subjected to by their own content creator parents, really just comes down to the fact that law doesn't move too terribly fast. Okay, gotta mind the dudes on the edge of the walls here, because they will do attacks if you're not carefully monitoring. Alright. Now we gotta kill the other guys. Green usually means that they're taking damage for the queen. And night usually implies that too. You can't do damage to her until you do damage to all of them. Oh god. That's gonna be bad. Into the sides. Oof. Oh, that guy's almost dead. Are they going to do that again? If you stay in the very middle, I don't know that they can hit you. Like this. Okay, never mind. They did. This way, everybody. I tend to stop watching once I realize it's shock content. I have no need for excessive emotional string pulling. To me, yeah, I think even watching something shitty where the person gets their comeuppance, I feel like it's on the internet for a reason. Like, it had to be allowed online to become content for me to be watching it in the first place, and I disagree with even that decision, you know? Plus, I also have grown just like really skeptical just from being terminally online. I start to feel like I can smell when things aren't real. There are a bunch of stuff that's like the stage aspect of it is really, really obvious, and they're probably just going for the lowest hanging fruit in online communities. Like, they're not trying to trick smart people, but there are plenty of dumb people out there that they don't need to be that good to, you know, buy into the theater of what they want to do online, whatever that happens to be. Like, for some reason, I get a lot of this, and I think to Kara's point, sometimes you get fed stuff on your algorithm that you just have no idea why it happened this way. I get they're like police capturing bad criminals sort of videos. And so the whole premise is like, oh, look at what this dumb criminal did, and look at how the cop caught them, and look at how bad this exchange is going for the suspect. You know, oh, they said something really stupid here. Or like, oh my God, they actually have, you know, more than the legal amount of drugs hiding here. They lied about having a weapon, or what a dumb criminal. And you can tell when some of these are like acted out. They just got people together and made a short film and are trying to sell it as real. Because why else would you have body cam footage? Why else would you have an angle from somebody from that looks like it's coming out of the chest? And well, how did that person get a cop uniform unless they're a real cop? It's like, come on. This stuff can happen. That's a pretty low bar for proof as to whether something's valid or not online. But I go a little bit further. I feel like I'm skeptical of a lot of content. I don't trust a whole lot of things. or rather, I should say, 'cause that's maybe not the right phrasing. There are many things that other people trust that I still feel skeptical about, and it probably pissed some people off as a result. They're like, well, what do you believe? You know, it's like nothing you see online could possibly be true. Is that how it works? And I do believe some things, but I also like to fact check, though. Like, if I feel that content could be used just for clout, just for sensationalism, just for views, just for introducing more people to your platform and generate a hype or a buzz, then yeah, I'm probably going to want to see a source. I'm going to want to see where that came from, what the truth of it is, or if you're speculating about something. Oh man, that guy was standing right on top of one of these baddies. Just got himself completely annihilated. Especially when people start talking about things like law, and especially if it's not a passed law. You know, people will say, oh, HB 555, that's in consideration right now at the state's Senate. they're trying to introduce something that'll open the door, open the gateway for this other thing to happen. And it's like if you read the actual English of the way that the bill was written and handled, it's not the case. Oh man, that guy died again. Oh, that was the last boss? Did we ever fight 3 bosses? I guess we already fought 3 bosses. My bad. Also, I feel like that guy might be a bot. He kind of looks like a bot. He's got a name of a bot. His last name is Ban. I have my own memories for that. Oh, for shock content? Yeah. We don't all come from such comfy background where we need to watch other people online suffer. Right? This one shorts creator was posting videos about him and his dad, and the whole point was his dad's reaction to things and stuff like that. One day they came out that he wasn't actually his dad, but he was a paid actor. Maybe someone else found out, and that's why they announced it. But I can enjoy their videos the same, knowing it's all 100% fake. Yeah, that's a big thing for me. If a story is fake, it doesn't matter how interesting or compelling it is. I can't enjoy it. I've had a few friends in my life that enjoy professional wrestling, and knowing that it's 100% an act and you're watching fight choreography, basically, no part of that feels particularly engaging or captivating to me. We should probably get rid of some of this stuff. I'm starting to fill up on space here. And with as much real stuff as we have to be mindful of, the time that we spend consuming the really fake stuff feels especially insidious. What it feels like to me is the longer...
What's wrong, Doug?
Thank you, Sass.
I'm right as the mail.
The longer we spend watching people do skits and they're pretending it's not a skit to get you more engaged, you know, couples having couple fights or pranks against each other, families doing weird stuff, and they're not really a family, cops, and just everything online, and especially the moral outrage of, you know, what politics are happening or not happening in our actual real countries. But then you go and fact check and it's like, you know, it's all disinformation campaign or a fear mongering campaign. When you combine all of that stuff together, it feels like there is a war on our attention. We only have so much attention we can pay in a given day. A lot of that has to come down to eating our food, going to the bathroom, doing a job so that we can afford to pay the bills. Then actually, you know, decompressing and having you time to think about things or not think about anything. And for all of that stuff, the actual active amount of attention we have to give to important stuff is pretty limited. And I feel like so many people out there would rather you just fall down a rabbit hole and consume their insipid, useless stuff that they do just for clout, just so they can attain more followship across all of their social media platforms and make money off of your attention. I want to make money off of your attention, but I want to make it worth your while. I want you to leave our time that we spend together richer for it, that you've gained something out of it, that we have an exchange between us, right? You are here and you are either paying actual money or other rewards like Prime subs. You're paying in some actual way. And if you can't and don't have the means to do those, then you're still paying attention and time. And you can't get attention and time back. So if you're not leaving my streams saying, I've engaged at a higher level, I've enriched myself, I've nurtured my mind, I've had compelling conversations, I've learned a new thing, or I was made aware of a different viewpoint, that now I have to rethink things in my own life. If something like that isn't happening with some regularity, I don't know why you're here with me. Or why you'd stick with anybody. That stuff needs to happen. You need to be gaining something for your time, for your experiences. There needs to be a reward for what you are giving, so that you can keep making that choice again and again, right? Oh, geez. That was an instant queue. I guess for some people, entertainment is enough. They just want to turn everything off, and scrolling through shorts can sometimes be the best turny-offy brain experience that you could ask for. Just make me laugh. Just distract and confuse my sensibilities so that tomorrow sucks a little bit less, or so that for a short while I can kind of forget my woes. Maybe that's enough. I hope it's not enough for you guys. For anybody listening, I hope this is not enough. Oh crap, please don't die on me. You've barely met me and I don't want you to die. Why do I feel like this guy's really extra squishy? Don't die. Don't die. Oh, I might have had the wrong person targeted. I'm still learning high level Sage. I guess I'll have to focus face, because either something's happening with our DPS or I don't know what, but this guy's sitting here taking mass amounts of damage, and the enemies are not dying nearly as fast as I hope that they would, so that I can keep up with heals on this guy. Okay, that felt rough. That felt real rough. Like, it took a long time and a lot of heals out of me just to make that first fight happen. When you get challenged for wanting the truth instead of a lie, yeah. It's gross. I also wonder now about other creators where if every video is completely staged and not genuine reactions, it's an ick feeling. I don't want to be that cynic, but at the same time, like, how do you make sure that the things that you are consuming have any validity? It's something we all need to ask ourselves. And if you're not, you're probably getting duped at some point. I'm sure I've been duped, even myself, and I feel incredibly skeptical and rude. A rude amount of skepticism. cannot seem to keep up with this guy's health. He is a Dark Knight. I do generally, just as somebody who mains heals, always have more trouble keeping up with Dark Knights. It's just a fact of the matter. Now, do they do amazing damage to offset their squishiness? I don't know. I don't know. I don't like watch for the meta to see who's keeping up with what in the okay, it's an inside thing. We want to go out here. Luna about to get jabbed. Oh, Luna's good. Never mind. I was just about to rescue them, and I thought, nah, if they mess up, that's on them. The amount of Minecraft RP that's constantly being pushed as this is my real wife being stolen by the villager king. Yikes. But the dude looks 12 years old. Yeah, that seems kind of weird and silly. uh. Yeah, so I've got a confession to make. Oz and I, we're not actually married. I'm just kidding. Don't quote me on that. Yeah, we hired this actress to play her mom and brought her in from Atlanta. Uh-oh. Let's see. That looks safe. That was rough. We all had to find a safe place, and it had to be different from each other. Uh-oh. We're going to have to do some tap dancing here. Because we got to get away from them. And then away from them. Yeah? Did we do it? I think we did it. That's the thing with showbiz too, though. This isn't new because of the internet. This has always been a problem, right? Everybody that makes content wants you to buy into who they are. And one of the easiest ways to do that, to get everybody's attention, is to be something worthy of attention. And we can't all be worthy of attention. So some of us have to lie. Me, I think if I started being a content creator on YouTube and then people said, we don't really like your videos, the thing that you chose is kind of dumb, and you should stop. You're really annoying to listen to. We don't like you, and you're bad at what you're trying to do. I probably would have quit YouTube. I probably would have just stopped right there. Then I did have to stop for myriad reasons we've talked about before on the stream. I did stop for a while. And when I came back, I was a live streamer, pretty much almost exclusively. Even today, I struggle to find anything remotely like time to be able to create content, if that makes sense. Or at least to script and record and edit and post in that sort of fashion. So live stream is kind of it for me right now. Given that, if people said, we really don't like you live streaming, or what more likely would be the answer for live streaming is you don't hear people say anything. You just stream to 1 to 2 people for a couple years, and then you put your hat up because You did what you could, you tried, and this is what the internet thinks of you. Although it's not as simple as that, right? There is some stuff that's like business sense and learning algorithms, and there's more to it than are you popular or not. But I guess my point in bringing all that up is I do have a lot of incentivization from you guys that my authentic self that I don't have to lie about is enough. That there's something that I'm motivated because you all seem to like me enough without having to lie, without having to trick any of you into watching me, into watching a fake version of me, so that you know, I make the popularity marks. Now I'm doing other stuff to get myself bigger out there, but a lot of that is, it's not theory crafting who am I going to be for you. It's just the business side of things, like what platforms will I find the people that connect with my type of content the best? What type of posts do I need to be making? What sort of schedule do I need to be on? How much time do I need to dedicate to make sure that growth actually happens before I die? Because growth's happening, but it's slow. So, you know, how do I expedite the process so I can make this more of a career choice? But I sort of get why people do the crazy, stupid things, why they lie so much, why they manipulate themselves into being caught doing the worst, dumbest things. Oh, you cannot walk through that. That thing hurts if you touch it. Now I'm also have a thing on me that I don't want. He's just gonna keep spinning. Okay, he stopped spinning. It's like, ugh. This got dicey. Yeah, I've had some really kind words shared that have acted as motivator. And were it not for those kind words, oh no. Oh, I still took the damage from that. Brutal. If it weren't for those kind words of encouragement, I don't know if I would be as fervent with my push to make this something official. Oh man, I'm dead. I could not cleanse myself of that paralysis. I kept trying and it wasn't soon it wasn't casting, which is dumb. And we don't have a res, so these guys either have to kill 41% of this boss or this isn't happening. Without external incentivization, I feel like I sometimes have such bad not self-esteem, but just a sense of who I am and what I'm capable of, that I would probably consider doing something else with my time besides what I'm doing right now. But I've heard enough positive feedback saying this show, this channel, everything that we've been doing is at a level that other bigger people who do this for enough to live off of are doing it, and so just keep at it. So I'm just going to keep at it and keep trying to find the ways to get to that point where you get more of this because you all seem to like it, and I get more of this because I have mouths to feed. This would have been easier if it were just my own mouth to feed, but when I was younger, and probably could do this easier because I could just live in a shitty apartment and just pay for cheap food for myself. I also was a total slacker and addict to MMOs, so it would have been the worst time of my life to try to make something of myself like content creator, because I just wouldn't have the follow through, I think. Yeah. You'll probably enjoy this. Your Wednesday stream is part of my dial back to sanity routine. Oh, I really do like that. I also set my weekly alarm to tend to some of my more finicky plants and such. It's part of my weekly recharge ritual. I love that. So plant care and a deep dive conversation all in one. It's great. And I feel like these chats are also something that if you are a plant carer, a fur baby parent, a flesh baby parent, for those of you that do that too, or a crafter like Stuart, that you could turn this on. You don't have to necessarily see the game footage. The important part of the content is our chat. It's like a podcast of sorts. I don't know to sleep or not to. Oh, where am I going? My bad. I'm not paying attention to where we're running. Because I took a long nap and I'm tired, but I have to be up for dental in 4 hours. I would probably sleep. I feel like I do better with sleep, especially when something is required of me, like the dentist. I don't like things that require participation when I'm not doing well. Like, I hated meetings and stuff like that in various jobs that I've worked if I have to do it on lack of sleep. Do all of the things. Feel like I am constantly at a loss for how to keep this guy alive. I'm just bereft of resources. He's living his life. Oh, didn't he say, isn't this the one where he says, "Hi, I'm still learning Dark Knight, please be patient with me"? He did. And yet, he's like the most ambitious tank that I've played this particular dungeon with. He seems to want to like do excessive big pulls. But hi, I'm new to Dark Knight. Let's see how we do. Yeah, I'm just constantly pumping heals into this guy. And I feel like Sage is not usually like that. Sage is usually... you're doing lots of damage, and that's slowing the rate of damage that your tank receives. Because every bit of damage you do gives them a little bit of health. So they should be dropping their health with less precipitousness. But this guy drops like a DPS was tanking. And so I'm constantly just force feeding tons of straight heals into him, which for Sage isn't terrific, since so much of Sage healing is doing damage as your source of healing. Here's another fight I don't really remember that well. That also doesn't help, is getting into fights where I'm like, how do you do this one again? What was the mechanic to this guy again? You could always try out Damien's biphasic sleep shenanigans, see if it works for you. Oz thinks that my biphasic sleep is leading to worse health than before I used to do it. So I don't know if I could hard recommend it. I feel like it's opened up a new way of productivity in my life. So I think it's working better than when I tried to get sleep all in one go. But part of the problem with it too is that I'm overcommitted. So I'm always doing a little too much with each day. How did I take so much damage? How did I hurt myself so much? Oof, brutal. So, I don't know. Buyer beware. It's for some people. It's working okay for me, but it's not. Might not be the best health choice I've made in my life. If that makes sense. What are the plans with Mom, by the way? I have no idea. Most of the days, the little has requested a birthday cake, and she does birthday cake decoration, so that might come into play, where there's birthday cake on the docket. The weekend is one of the weekends of the Georgia Renaissance Fair, and while we generally don't have budget to do that, or to do things there, I should say, we like to go and look at all the things anyways. It's one of those things where I feel like Renaissance fairs are definitely for people who have the means to buy. If you go to a Renaissance fair with only the money to get a ticket, I feel like you miss out on most of what you're there for. You really want food. And I'm failing at this guy. Right. It's like this, right? Or no, now it's 4 guard. Got it. That's a 4 guard. Get behind him. Understood. I get it now. But we still like to go because we're big nerds. And we like to think that one day we can afford stuff at the Ren Fair. The other thing that we've got going on is she is affording Oz and me a date night in Atlanta, where she will watch the kiddos and do the whole bedtime routine with them and stuff. So Oz and I get to go on our annual date. I'm just kidding, but that makes it sound so... I'm not this doom and gloom. When I say stuff like this, I do mean it as a joke. Oz and I have a busy schedule, but we do make time for each other. And that's a 4 guard. Okay, get behind him. And while we do have some significant budget constraints, we are still in better shape than we were 2 years ago when we did the whole concert fundraiser and everything like that to try to take care of some emergency expenses that came up. Well, I guess I'll give it to you because everybody else left. I'm losing all my inventory slots. I'm apparently gaining all of these items I'm telling Oz. How dare you? I'll do you one better. I'll clip that and show Oz. Rude. Rude. Okay, I should probably do these dailies in this Dark Knight because I don't want to subject people to low level Dark Knight. So I've been leveling Dark Knight through single player content instead, like doing these society quests. Because that was brutal trying to keep that Dark Knight alive. I would never wish that upon anybody else. I'm probably a better Dark Knight player than that person who says they're new to the job. Also, how can you be new to a job that you're then in like a level 90 something dungeon? Something seems sus there. I think they just say that so they can get away with being a bad tank. Just tell people you're bad at tanking. Hey, I'm sorry I'm bad at tanking, but I'm playing a tank right now because I want to level up tanks. But I haven't figured out how to do it. This is a game where it's really hard to be bad at tanking, though. So I don't know. My plan to get famous is find 100 to 200 nerds that have more money than factory game skills. And sharing my skills makes them happy and gives me $5. They give me $5 a month and life moves on and we share memes at each other. Honestly, that's probably a pretty sound business model. The finding part is really the hardest part that you would struggle with, is finding that number of nerds that would buy into you that haven't already bought into another experience. But nerds are being made every day. New nerds are being made every day. But I think that's the reason why you see there's a niche of content creator, or several niches of content creators, where the focus is exclusivity. You're telling a lot of people that watch your videos or your streams or whatever, hey, this place isn't for you. I'm looking for a certain type of person and you're not it. And you could say it in a more polite way than that. It doesn't have to be doesn't have to be controversial like I just did it. But you know, there's like the big boat and the small boat philosophy. The big boat is I've got a big wide ship. I can get everybody on here. We're going to take a really nice journey through life together and share some big ideas together. To do that, you need to be mass appeal, and you need to find you don't need to find anybody specific. You just need to be massively wide appeal. Then probably AdSense alone covers a good amount of what you're looking to do. You don't need patrons. You don't need merch. You don't need to do all these extra grind things. You can kind of do just the basics, which is just get stuff that goes viral. And then there's the people that niche down really hard, and they're like, I need this level of support. You know, this is sort of like my Patreon tiers. They start at $5 a month and go up from there. And I do really specific content, but if you're among the people that like this specific content, I don't need a lot more from you. I don't need to do a lot of grinding as long as I've got the people that get this. Then maybe the biggest struggle is to find them, and then the second biggest struggle is to wrest them away from anybody else they're doing this for. Or get them before they get anybody else. Oh man, that didn't get me a level. I guess I am getting pretty close to high level stuff. Let's clear out inventory before we queue for almost anything else. But yeah, I like that idea too. In fact, one of my ideas I've joked about, though this is almost impossible, is I always wanted to find a millionaire or higher and give them one thing that is absolutely excellent that they can't get from almost anyone else. And one thing I used to be able to do really, really well, that I probably still can, thinking about it, is making a really, really good cup of coffee. I stole this idea from the Green Hornet movie with Seth Rogen. The idea that I could go into some rich person's house, provide one bit of comfort, luxury comfort for them each morning, and then clock out and go home. And all they need to do is pay, you know, a living wage. Basically, keep the lights on and the bellies fed in my household. And we'd both be happy because they'd probably get immense value out of that experience. And I could survive. That's the dream, I suppose. I'm sort of somewhere in between. You know, I'm niching down to some degree, but I also feel like the concept of producing content that helps people wake something up within them, critically think a little bit, do something different with your time at home, optimize your life a little bit better. Those are kind of wider range ideas. They're not as wide range as like watching somebody get kicked in the balls. So obviously I'm niched down a little bit. I'm not trying to go viral, but I also don't want to go to exclusive content. I want to try to help a wide net of people, not viral wide, but wider than a niche down community. And that means that AdSense won't take care of me. And it also means that a few select people who have the funds to float me probably can't take care of me either. So I have to be a little bit more cautious about how I build this business. But what I have going for me is this is the only thing my heart wants. I want people to be awoken, to think for themselves, to work at being better every day and commit to lifelong learning and just be more engaged and passionate about their lives than what I feel like a lot of people fall into in their adulthood, where they become so dispassionate and so static. And therefore, I can't see myself doing anything else with my life except awakening people. With that in mind, I'll do anything it takes. Yeah. Oh yeah, they added so many new mods, new spells, found new plaza weapons, and good stuff. Go to the Ren Fair with ticket money and $40 cash for turkey legs. We are pescatarian, which means eating at the Ren Fair is not very much fun. Ren Fair has tons of fowl and tons of mammal. And that's just how they do. There's some vegetarian options at ours, so, you know, when we can't do pescatarian, we can at least do vegetarian as a backup. Yeah. I found them already. It's just the convincing part. Oh, gotcha. So, yeah, the convincing part's tricky too. I feel like content creation since the pandemic got a little bit oversaturated. So unless there is something that pulls people away from other people and to you, it can be pretty tricky to get those people to come on over. And that's an algorithm thing too. Algorithms are kind of oversaturated. Since I started posting a clip of my streams every day for almost 2 weeks now, I've noticed that some algorithms see me, find the people who would relate best to me, and curate over time so that I'm growing as a content creator there simply by posting. The algorithm is doing the matchmaking for me. I was really surprised to see because I don't necessarily have a great historic experience with this platform, but Instagram is doing great at that connection. Even though I said there's that one post that put me in front of a bunch of people that wished that they hadn't seen my clips. It's still doing better than a lot of other platforms just in the matchmaking part of all I'm doing is posting the same deep topics like we're having tonight in short soundbite format online, and then Instagram finding people. And then other places like TikTok, where the algorithm's been inundated, especially since the pandemic, by tons and tons of content creators. I don't have any foothold. My followers are all people that I've met either through live streaming, so Twitch got me TikTok followers, or IRL. Like I've shook somebody's hand and then we exchanged follow for follow later on because we know each other as full-fledged humans. But that's not success in an algorithm, right? I'm failing at those in that regard. Failing at the TikTok algorithm. And there are some other platforms that are closer to TikTok in that they're just not getting exposure to new people, and some that are closer to Instagram where growth is happening because I'm producing content and the algorithm's smart. YouTube, maybe not surprisingly, is also doing pretty well at getting my short form clips to the right people over time. They're auditioning my content around and then finding the right people over time so that that's growing on its own without format changes on my part to try to find my people. The tech is doing it for me. My goal is very similar. I'm really just wanting to get people away from copying other people's blueprints and just playing the game they designed. I like that. Teaching the art of spaghetti and its value in learning. The art of spaghetti? Can you expand on that? I like spaghetti. Wait, did I actually queue for something? Oh, I hit trials, but I didn't join. Dumb. What am I, made of time? We're almost out of time for tonight. And I have not done all of my dailies. Factory game spaghetti. It's like code spaghetti. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. I also have, essentially, those of you who are part of the Covetous, you have access to the MV Knowledge base. You might have already seen some of the theory crafting here, but I have some of my goals as content creator sort of planned out and laid out. And they look like they're long form goals if taken the existing trajectory. But I have to keep in mind, one, I've been full-time working, and Oz and I have been mostly full-time parenting, her much more full-time than myself because I also have that day job thing. And that's shifting, right? As kids become school age, the requirements on our time are far less. We still need to do stuff to support them when they're home, but they're not home nearly as much as they used to be. And so the way that we support shifts as far as that goes. And the other part of it is growth on platforms isn't linear. If you gain, 1,000 followers 1 year and you keep doing the same stuff, you're not necessarily guaranteed 1,000 followers the next year. Growth doesn't work that way. Sometimes an algorithm can grab you, just right, send you to the right people or whatever. You can see different levels of growth depending on what you do. The biggest strategy that I've heard from just studying about how to try to grow from small and part-time to something that's more business-wise is just to diversify as much as possible so that as much about different markets as you can. You're not just trying to be a YouTube VOD poster because it's what your heart was set on. Maybe you're much better at TikTok. Maybe you're much better at Instagram. Maybe you're much better writing personal blogs or doing something different as a creator. And you won't know it unless you've tried a little bit of everything and auditioned them against each other to see what starts to catch versus what's not. If the tech and the algorithms and the wider audiences out there are all saying don't do this anymore, and you're stubborn, you're hamstringing yourself then. be flexible and take into account. I mean, don't go and do getting kicked in the nuts content because it's catching on. If you hate that, I hate that personally. That's not where I like to be kicked. We can talk about that off stream. But be authentic, but be wider and more flexible than just one strategy, especially if it's not catching on. I wish I could tell this to everybody I know who's just streaming to like 1 or 2 people. But I also feel like sometimes people who stream to just 1 or 2 people and don't change for years, they maybe don't care, or they care enough to just complain about it but not to change. And I'm not here to hold your hand and make you eat your vegetables if you really don't want to change what you're doing. What on earth? Hello. That is the most cursed introduction that I've seen in a long time. But you know what? I'm here for it. I actually really like that. Hello. Are you a real DJ? Or do you just have DJ in your name? It's summoned from the Ancient One and just works. I love that. Does that get... does Trovo get put onto the stream overlay on my chat? I didn't see it actually come up until I looked up far too late to see whether it was or not. I just want to know if everybody else got to see the neat cursed text thing going on. It's probably not cursed. Now that I'm looking at it, it's probably like really fun ASCII art, and I just have the wrong size for my chat panel. Just found someone who posted my thoughts on controls for gaming. Who posted your thoughts? Like you said something and they took your post, or what happened? I'm curious what you mean by that. Why am I number 1 for so long? I know the average wait time is 8 minutes, but I'm also number 1 on the waiting list. I thought I'd be getting into trials a lot faster. I feel like this is going to be the last daily I'm going to get to. Although normal raids is... Honestly, normal raids is so fast. At this hour, I find that if we do PvP doesn't stick. We end up waiting for way too long. Didn't we? I think I queued for this one of my last streams, and we waited for half an hour and it didn't. The thing just didn't pop. Oh well, there's trials. Yeah, we're getting real close to at least 3 more jobs being max level, and then I'll just have 2 tanks that I've been hesitant to do anything with. I just don't enjoy tanking as much as I used to in this game. Oh, it's the Big Fat Taco song. I haven't been in this fight in a long time, which means I'm probably going to forget all the mechanics. I should probably have a fairy out if I'm going to be a healer that uses a fairy to heal. I have no idea what the actual lyrics are of the song, but ever since somebody said Big Fat Tacos, it's all I can hear. I hear nothing else. Oh, I'm full of poetics. Darn it. Oh boy. I remember this one now. This one's got a manic pace to it. There's so much going on while you're running around in circles. Which one of you is my actual tank? I think it's that guy. There it is. Like, there's a safe place to stand here, and I don't know what it is. Some of us have taken some Vuln stacks and do not look so happy. Back to the spin. Why does this feel a little inordinately easy? I don't remember this quite being so smooth. In fact, I remember having pretty big struggles with this fight, but maybe it's because we were doing the extreme version. And that means that this version just feels like a walk in the park now. Everything feels slow. This also is pre-Dawn Trail too, so I feel like everything before Dawn Trail feels slower. Magitech magnetism. Those are going to be likes push away from each other. Should be fine here. We're back taking the boys out. Enjoy. Yeah, nothing about this fight feels hard now. And that's coming from somebody who remembers like none of it. We might do normal raids after this. It goes so fast. I know it's 5, but screw tomorrow. I'm just kidding. Rude. Oh boy. I feel like there's a sweet spot here that I never realized playing this. If you're just with the hands as they move, there's kind of no bullet hell, really. That was quite manageable. Nobody's taking damage either. Everybody else seems to catch on too. Did you know Penny's web shot has a hitbox and can stop a lot of ults? Oh yeah. I've accidentally stopped a whole bunch of ults just because I get right click happy and then somebody shows their mean mug and they're like, you know, yelling their ult phrase. Those are going to push from each other, so this should be safe down here. I think the big thing is knowing the magnetism trick. That's the part that will get somebody killed if they don't know it. No matter what, I can't lose. What is this one? I don't remember this part. Was that all just first phase and we just took forever to do it? And now we've got second phase. Now it's going to actually get hard. I don't remember. Including Iron Mans and Magnetos, not just by webbing them, but by physically colliding with the enemy bullet. No, I didn't realize that hitbox. Interesting. Oh, I do remember the other phase of this fight. Oh, it just took a while. Yeah, I remember. It's got the Black Wolf. That's pretty crazy to me. So many other characters, so many other tanks in that game have a shield that they get to hold up that can block an attack. And she does too, but it flies through the air. Basically is the difference. Wow. Yeah. Oh man, that other healer was standing right next to the tank, weren't they? Whoops. Sucks to suck. Don't stand where I need to stand. Oh, I'm dead. I had a feeling we needed to stand on the other side of that of the level, but nobody else was. So I was like, oh, maybe you don't need to. It's just gonna AoE you. That's not true. It does push you into the edge of the level, and it is an instant death. It's not even a dot. That's pretty dumb. Now this other sage better get their shit together and start rezzing. We don't have another rezzer. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right. Feel like we're safe here. Let's summon some shit and make myself alive. Do some rezzing here. I can get everybody rezzed. You don't have to. Alright. How does this work? This way. Did we do it? Did everybody survive? Barely. Brutal. That time everybody got through it just fine though. The soundtrack. It hits like way harder than it should. Yeah, I should probably be more focused on just doing damage. No one's taking anything particularly hard once they've learned the mechanics. They're doing fine. I also feel like Scholar doesn't have very many good options. This part feels easier too. That must be harder in the Savage version as well. Yeah, this feels too easy. Nobody stand where I'm standing. This time I'll survive. Easy peasy. I think we lost Instagram. Bummer. For once, we actually had a pretty good amount of Instagram viewers popped in. Probably because I've been posting those shorts there, and the algorithm's been picking me up and pushing me out to more people. So something's going right in that particular regard. Okay, we were full on marks. We're also full on poetics. So let's at least fix that real fast. We'll get some material containers. And we'll go up to Idleshire and get rid of poetics. Making the short videos has not been the smoothest of journeys, but I feel like it's something that's getting easier as I get practiced at it. The big thing is that working alone, these things take time. And time is not the easiest thing to acquire while also working 2 other jobs and maintaining some semblance of existence as a parent and a husband as well, and all of that. Normal raids. Yeah, we'll go to Scholar. Should be pretty quick. Also, since I'm here, reminds me I need to be paying attention to Wondrous Tales, because I've already unlocked 3 more stickers. Hey, we got 1 line already. Cool. We might get a second if we get lucky, but I don't want to use shuffle and get rid of the first one by accident. See how we do. While we're waiting on the queue, maybe we can get rid of some more of these materia as well that I've been just collecting and sitting on. So much of the materia market is depressed so badly. You could go to the market boards, buy materia, and resell it just to a vendor for profit. 14,448. Which is dumb, and it would be a waste of your time. Money comes pretty quick in this game through other means. I wouldn't sit and buy things off the market board for their resale value, because I don't think it's that worth the amount you get back. The markets aren't that depressed, but it is kind of sad if you have materia, how often just selling it to a vendor is likely the most return you'll see. 9899. I generally just do the undercut by $1 thing. I don't want the market to depress that fast. I'm not trying to manipulate markets. I'm not playing this game like I played EVE Online. So I'm not going to run around bullying people to conform to my markets. I'm definitely not buying and reselling to try to win markets that way. There are strategies to doing that, though. I could see it because I did that in EVE as long as I did. I could see it in a lot of different auction houses where the idea behind buying out an existing good at almost every price point that's on the marketplace and then reselling all that stuff and changing the market value to what you decide it to be. If you did that across a bunch of different markets, you could make some pretty good gil per day. But it's tricky. You are limited by the amount of queries you can do in a given time on the market board. If you query too fast, the game slows you down, and you only by default have 40 selling slots. You can buy more if you just made of money and you want to spend real money to make gil faster in game. But that's not an ideal operation, I think. It's not necessarily how most people want to do this. All right, we're at 40K. A little bit over. That makes me wonder how much it's going to cost to upgrade the interior of my house once that becomes an option in this game. Maybe they'll chill out and take a nap. I feel the same way about our kiddos. Sometimes you need to get a little bit of energy out, get the wiggles out of them. Just get them to hunker down for a little bit and spend all of that outside. I guess that's not hunkering down. I don't know why I use that term. Get them to let it all out a little bit, and then they'll be chiller when they get back home and maybe sleep. I'm very attention hungry tonight. Yeah. As soon as Oz's mom came, joined us from the airport and basically was around for the whole bedtime routine, the energy levels were so high. I was like, the girls are not going to sleep. They did. They had a pretty long day anyways. Not least of which today being a birthday. But I was nervous there for a second. I was like, oh no, it's just so exciting to have somebody new in the house. And yeah, high energy. But sounds like everybody's been thoroughly passed out. No big issues. I haven't seen Oz pop on the stream and be like, well, I'm wide awake now because so-and-so woke up and needed this or did this. As long as Oz is finding peace, that usually means it's actually peaceful. Let's do the material containers. Sometimes you get good stuff to sell from these too. The RNG factor on these isn't wonderful. And I've opened so many container 4.0s. Oh, hey, we got a new free minion for me. But sometimes you get something that's got good resale value. I feel like the Fafnir... Oh, another one that I didn't have before. A road sparrow. This house sparrow's home is on the road. Sparrow. It's corny. I don't feel like these will have good resale value, but I'll try it anyway. Not in trust, so... They're normally so mellow, so it's been a bit much. Like, hey, this is not on brand for you. Simmer down.
Easy.
So actually, the hedgehoglet is worth a pretty penny. Apparently, people really like hedgehogs. 7998. Not bad, not bad. Okay, we've been #1 for normie raids for a long time. What's going on? Why is this taking so long? We're just gonna vendor trash the quick arm materia. That was bought for the vendor trash purposes. That's also vendor trash. We've got a little bit more breathing room now. We can also do gold saucer. Just using a twin adder ticket. Go back to Gridania and get there for free. Double free. And then I will call it a night because it is just late enough that I feel like I'm going to regret tomorrow. I'm staying up as late as I am. But I've also been #1 on this queue for long enough that I feel like it would be rude of me to pop out after I've waited to get to #1. Lose all of that wait time for nothing. Not for nothing. Spending it with you guys. I could do a little bit of gambling in the meantime. Some light gambling for funsies. This is hardly gambling. Actually, these scratchers net profit every time. It's just how it is. They used to cost more than you could gain at the lowest gains. And then they changed that. 867, that's 21. It's probably my safest bet. Yeah, it was. That was my safest bet. Well, this could still be 986 or 123 could be down there. Nope. Can't be 123. That's going to be 18, so that's going to be a real bad payoff. So chances are I'm not going to get anything good from any line. give you my triple triad card. Yeah, basically what used to kind of feel a little bit like a casino, now you could spend your MGP here, and almost anything that you spend your MGP to do gets you a profit in MGP. It's kind of mollified a little bit. It's unfortunate. But these games don't survive as well as they do by making content that disenfranchises the player base. Mostly you want to keep everybody happy. They do have some very hard, high-level content that requires significant coordination among many talented people together. Usually in the realm of 8 people. I feel like that must be a sweet spot demographically. Somebody must be doing some game psychology, cog-sci of gamers sort of thing. There's my normal raid I waited for so long for. I can finally get close to getting to bed. Where they feel like 4 people coordinating together is a lower bar for success. And if you get a bunch of people, like 24 people, it's too much. That'd be 3 groups of 8. It's too much to pit them against terribly hard content. You gotta have them pick up some slack, or allow for many of them to be able to pick up the slack of the few. But the 8 is the sweet spot where keeping the content challenging is fine, and 8 is a very hard number to get that many people who are good. That makes sense. This is 8-man content, but this is low bar stuff. This is not the hard difficulty content. Oh, wait, which one are we doing? I thought this was a different level than this is. I guess I almost never do this one. I think this is the Voltron or Power Rangers fight, if you will. Which means it's going to be a little longer than some of the other ones because we've got to fight these guys separate and then fight them combined. So it's just a little bit time consuming, but it's okay. It's still faster than a full dungeon would be. And these places have good soundtrack. You're not going to cure people's paralysis? I will cure people's paralysis then. That's a really annoying long paralysis is why I say. I went through and cured 8 people's paralyses. And the last one I cured still had something like 8 seconds left on the debuff. This takes a long time. So now that the little and tiny are both in school during the daytime, would it be dumb of me to stream while I'm working the day job? Or would people actually want to hang out and just like listen to some music, periodically chat about whatever we want to chat about? I can't like game during that time, but we could still spend time together, hanging out, connecting. growing, learning. How does this guy dying so bad? I feel like he was taking just normal attacks, but they were dropping his health immensely. He's a Dark Knight, but what's going on there? We're just fighting a solo enemy. It's not like... I don't know. Alright, this is the up and down thingy. I feel like the answer is always to be on the lower platforms, but I don't know that for sure. But there's some people that did not get that buff, apparently. I need to be mindful that my fairy's in the right place to do the AoEs. There we go. Not too bad. At least I think this is one where we do a Power Rangers fight with all of them. Maybe not. Maybe you do this fight and then later on in a different instance you fight all of them Power Rangered together. Because this also feels like the end of... Yeah, this guy is dropping like a wet sack. Don't know why. Don't know why it takes such crazy precipitous damage. I'll have to be a little bit more eyes on him and see what it is he's doing. Like, I just wonder if it's... he doesn't cast any defensive thingies at all. How or why else would he take so much damage so fast? Ultra Flash. That's probably going to kill anybody who's not hiding behind this. Yep, sure did. Well. There's one res. Probably get this other res here right now too. Ah, never mind. Don't need to res him. That was the end. They must be two completely separate things. Yeah. We're gonna leave before that loot becomes my loot. Well, it probably calls it. Oh, there's a leap of faith. I do want leap of faith MGP. This might be in my folly. I might be a little too tired to do this, but I also don't want to not do it. Oh, okay. It's not the hard one. Thank goodness. This is the original Leap of Faith jumping puzzle area. Every iteration you pop into, the platforms are set up differently. So it's never the same jumping puzzle twice. But the arena that we're in was the first one they ever did. And I believe it's the easiest of them all. It's not without its own challenges, but at the same time, the other ones are far trickier. a significant increase in difficulty with each new one that was released. So I might miss a jump here or two, but not nearly as badly as if I were trying to do one of the other ones on the amount of sleepiness I feel right now. Okay, where are my other silvers? There should be 6 bronze, which we got all of. 3 silvers. There's another silver. And just 1 gold. There's 1 gold. Oh, I see the other silver. It's back the other way. I can probably get this silver and gold and then get that silver. Oops. So I have to not miss jumps. Which means I should probably angle more into the wall. This game has a very weird jump mechanic to it. It does take your momentum into play. So if you do a little bit of a run before you jump, your trajectory goes farther. If you're just hopping from, hopping from just a small amount of forward movement, you do just a little bunny hop forward. And if you're not moving at all, neither does your jump. Once you've done that, you're locked into the move. You can't change the direction and trajectory and velocity of your jump mid-jump. In fact, if you were to spin yourself around while jumping, you would just spin around but preserve your velocity. Oh yeah, this was a good idea, because that one was easy to grab and then come right back to the exit. If you don't exit and you just leave, you don't get a reward. You also have to get to the goal. But doing this without an analog stick, the idea, what gives you your forward momentum with keyboard is just a matter of how long you've run forward. It's kind of unintuitive. Okay. Put those there for dealing with another day. And I'm going to wrap it up and get what little bit of sleep I can before it's time to be ready for taking the kiddos to school. Love your faces. Thank you all so much for a candid conversation that I understand pushes the limits a little bit as to what people would want to share online, what they're comfortable sharing. That's part of that's my job. It's to encourage everybody a little bit outside of their comfort zone, try to help us all understand things at a deeper level. Even if that means poking at your privacy a bit, you can always say no. And I appreciate those of you who did, honestly. We're going to go ahead and wrap up stream. If you've been watching on Trovo, Kick, or, well, Instagram already died, or YouTube, then we're saying goodnight to you now. We'll go raid and run on Twitch so I can get to sleeping as soon as possible. If you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. We'll catch you all again in the next one in a couple days. We're going to be going back to Mist Uru again after our small excursion last Saturday. Mist Uru, and then continuing on with Undertale the next day. All right. For those of you ending stream right now, I'll see you all very soon. Bye. Am I a predator? Maybe. Are you prey? Thanks for the stream. All right.